Session is now called to order. May I request our Honorable MP from the province of Sulu, Honorable MP Sheikh Abdul Karim Miswari, for the invitation. Sir, you are recognized.
وقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم ربنا وفقنا بما تحب وترضى يا رب العالمين. اللهم اهدنا واهد بنا واجعلنا سببا لمن اهتدى يا رب العالمين. اللهم أنت ربنا يا رب العالمين، تعلم ما في قلوبنا فوفقنا يا رب العالمين. اللهم أصلح نياتنا وأصلح أعمالنا واجمعنا على الحق يا رب العالمين، إنك على كل شيء قدير وبالإجابة جدير. والحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين آمين.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem and the Bangsamoro hymn.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ang bangaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa paglayang minamahal, ang isang ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na
You may now sit. The Secretariat is directed for the roll call.
Roll call of the honorable members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament. Abbas Ahmad, Abbas Harun, Abbas Basit, Abu Mujib, Alamia Laisa, Alauden Mosber, Ali Ibrahim, Ali Lalang Jr., Ali Edi, Ambulutro Suharto, Aminuddin Abdulaziz, Abat
Present.
Anayatin Susana, Antaw Muhammad Kelly, Arnado Marian,
Napuas na ako.
Ali Dan, Babaw Ali Muntaha, Lindong Pangalian, Basman Anna Tarhata,
Present.
Kandaw Bayan,
Present po. Present.
Dilanggalin Hashim, Dumama Alba Shah Ilaiha, Ibrahim Ahod, Ismail Suharto, Estino Matarul, Gayak Abdawa, Gera Edward, Haji Abdawa Khalid, Hasim Abdawa, Hasan Hatimil, Iqbal Muhagir, Ismail Rasul, Jajuri Raisa, Jakir Al-Muslimin, Jikiri Al-Bakil, Kahalan Ben Martin, Karon Faisal, Lim John Anthony, Long Benjamin, Long Don Mustafa, Lorena Jose, Makapaar Abdawa, Makasalong Marjani, Makatanong Amrosi, Maglangit Tarhata, Malik Hamid, Mantawil Baileng, Mastura Esham, Mataram Japar Apollo Mikael, Mawalil Anil Bahar, Mendoza Proilin, Mitimbang Michael, Mitimbang Tawakal, Miswari Abdul Karim, Miswari Nur Reda, Mitmog Rasul Jr., Munoz Hussein, Oranon Suwaib, Pakasam Obaida, Pak Abdul Wahab, Pangandaban Nabil Margarita, Parcasio Randolph, Piang Ramon Sr., Ramos Jamila, Salendab Said, Salik Ali, Sanki Ali, Sema Omar Yas, Sema Romeo, Sheikh Said, Silongan Aida, Sinurinding Khalil Jr., Sulaiman Ali, Tago Paisalin, Tan Nabil, Usman Azfar, Uto Basir, Uy Oyod Siti Fahani, Yaqub Muhammad.
Bismillahi wa bihi nasta'in. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of the roll call and with 37 members of the parliament physically responded to the call and 12 responded via Zoom, we have a total of 47 members of the parliament present in today's session. We have 49, a total of 49. Mr. Speaker, we therefore certify the presence of quorum.
With the certification coming from the Secretary General, the presiding declares the presence of a quorum. Majority floor leader pala.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a pleasant afternoon to all members of the presiding officer and Deputy Speaker Paisalintago, members of the Parliament, staff and guests who are in the gallery. Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move for the to dispense with the reading of the journal of the previous session, June 21 previous session, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal of the previous session duly seconded, there being no strong objection, the same is hereby approved.
I move to approve the journal of the previous session, June 21, 2023, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve journal of the previous session. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, we have 5 bills on first reading. May I request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors in the order that they are presented, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat is directed to read the 5 BTA parliamentary bills as presented in the order of business. You are recognized, Secretariat.
BTA Parliament Bill number 207 entitled An Act Granting Cash Incentives and Recognition to Bangsamoro Top-Notchers, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Long. Co-authors, Members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Benjamin Long, Bahintan ng Batuan, Rasol Mitno Jr., Amel Bahar Mawalil, Suharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, John Anthony Lim, Chapara Polo Mikael Matalam, Michael Mitimbang, Hatimil Hasan, Tawakal Mitimbang, Albakil Chikiri, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Nabila Margarita Pangandaman, and then Martin Kahalan. BTA Parliament Bill number 208 entitled An Act Granting Cash Incentives to Bangsamoro Athletes in National and International Sports Competitions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong. Co-authors, Members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Benjamin Loong, Bahintan ng Batuan, Rasol Mitmo Jr., Amil Bahar Mawalil, Suharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, John Anthony Lim, Chapar Apollo Mikael Matalam, Michael Mitimbang, Hatimil Hasan, Tawakal Mitimbang, Albakil Chikiri, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Muhammad Kelly Antao, Abdul Wahab M. Pak, Nabila Margarita Pangandaman, and Del Martin Kahalan. BTA Parliament Bill number 209 entitled An Act Establishing Bangsamoro Provincial Government Centers in Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, and Lanao del Sur, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong. Co-authors, Members of Parliament, Liza Alamia, Benjamin Long, Bahintan ng Batuan, Rasol Mitmo Jr., Amil Bahar Mawalil, Suharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, John Anthony Lim, Chapar Apollo Mikael Matalam, Michael Mitimbang, Hatimil Hasan, Tawakal Mitimbang, Albakil Chikiri, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Dan Asnawi, Muhammad Kelly Antao, Abdul Wahab Pak, Nabila Margarita Pangandaman, and then Martin Kaharan. BTA Parliament Bill number 210 entitled An Act Providing for the Bangsamoro Cooperative and Social Enterprise Code. Authors, Members of Parliament, Jamila Ramos, Ishak Mastura, Lanang Ali Jr., Rasol Mitmog Jr., Amel Bahar Mawalil, Bahintan ng Batuan, A.D. Ali, Michael Mitimbang, Ali Sangki, and Suharto Ambuludto. Co-authors, Members of Parliament, Dan Asnawi, Ali Sulaiman, Roy Mendoza, Khalid Hajabdoma, Tarhata Maglangit, Kadel Sinulindig Jr., Landor Parcasio, Tawakal Mitimbang, Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam, Don Mustafa Loong, Ahmad Abbas, Muhammad Kelly Antao, and Basit Abbas. BTA Parliament Bill number 211 entitled An Act Creating the Bureau of Information and Communications Technology under the Ministry of Transportation and Communication. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong. Co-authors, Members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Bahintan ng Batuan, Rasol Mitmo Jr., Amil Bahar Mawalil, Suharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, Benjamin Loong, Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam, Abdul Karim Miswari, Jose Lorena, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Jamila Ramos, Azfar Usman, Muhammad Kelly Antao, Eddie Ali, Tawakal Mitimbang, Mujib Abu, Suhaib Oranon, Basir Uttu, Bay Maleha Kandao, and Michael Mitimbang.
Mr. Speaker, we wish to inform that these are all private member bills, and all members of the Parliament who wish to be co-authors may signify their intent to such by filling out the forms provided to them and submitting the same to the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker. Next, Mr. Speaker, are the proposed resolutions. We start with proposed resolution number 280. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title and the author?
The Secretariat, please read the proposed resolution number 280.
Proposed resolution number 280 entitled Resolution Strongly Urging the Bangsamoro Government to Institutionalize the Nutritional Guidelines for Muslim Filipinos, NGMF, including the 5 translated dialect. Author, Member of the Parliament, Kadil Sinulinding Jr.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we treat this as a simple resolution, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to treat proposed resolution number 280 as simple resolution. No second motion. The motion is duly seconded. There being no objection, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the principal author, MP Kadil Sinulinding, to say a few words about the resolution.
The former Secretary of Department of Health and now MP Dr. Kadil Sinulinding is duly recognized. You have the floor, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speakers, Floor Leader, Deputy Floor Leaders, Honorable Members of the Parliament, guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuhu. A pleasant afternoon to all. As I always emphasize in many meetings, nutrition is a serious business in the Bangsamoro region. According to the data that we have, our region suffers the highest level of stunting, 45.2 in 2015. In 2019, it has improved a bit to 39.1%. But that 39.1%, regardless of the reduction of about 6%, represents 242,000 children that is being stunted. And the main cause of our problem here are multifactorial. But we can always say that most of it is due to ignorance and the lack of knowledge in the importance of food and the food sources. In our situation, the most common cause is the non-exclusivity of breastfeeding among newborn until 6 months old, and the non-compliance to the ideal complementary feeding system that is being implemented and recommended by the National Nutrition Council and the Ministry of Health, the MDHTE, and the MSSD. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of work to do, and part of this is the information dissemination for our people. That is why the National Nutrition Program came up with the nutritional guidelines for Filipinos. And in 2015, we were able to translate it into 5 dialects that is being approved as the nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos. We were able, with the help of our ulama, the Ulama Council, the Islamic Dawah, to transliterate and to make use of references that can be referred to our Holy Quran and the Hadith. And we were able to do that with their assistance and their expertise. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have available 5 translated nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos, namely in Maguindanao, Maranao, Tausug, Sama, and Tidurayakan. Ang kulang lang po dito is yung sa ating mga IPs, which we are already working para sa translation. With this, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request the approval of the honorable members of the Parliament, including yourself, to support and approve this resolution so that it becomes institutionalized and be used in the entire region of the Bangsamoro using the 5 established dialects, and upcoming is the translation in Tiduray and hopefully inshallah in Badjao and in Yakan. Mr. Speaker, yun lang po yung masasabi ko ngayong hapon. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much also.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of interpellation and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of interpellation and debate.
Mr. Speaker,
Open.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan wishes to be recognized.
thank you.
The Deputy Speaker number 10 is duly recognized. You are
Thank you.
recognized, sir.
Thank you, boss, Minister. Pwede bang ipa-flash lang yung before we sa screen yung resolution? Yan. Yun lang ang request ko. Thank you very much. Mamaya na ako.
Interpellation.
Yes,
Tama
Mr.
ba?
Speaker. MP Bayentan Ampatuan wishes to interpellate, Mr.
Yes, MP Baintan ng Potuan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I would like to manifest that I fully support the resolution and one or two clarification in order for us to fully understand. The title itself says that resolution strongly urging the Bangsamoro government to institutionalize. I want to focus on those words, Bangsamoro, urging the Bangsamoro government and to institutionalize. When we say after approving this resolution today, because we urge the Bangsamoro government, what exactly do we mean? What will happen next? Yun lang yung gusto kong maintindihan, yung concept of institutionalizing, and who amongst from the Bangsamoro government would initiate the actions that will be taken in order to institutionalize.
Yes, the proponent may answer the interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The request and also my prayer is that these nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos, as it was adopted nationally and hoping to be adopted and be institutionalized in the Bangsamoro region, will be part of the Ministry of Health's campaign in the nutrition, as well as the banner of our Bangsamoro Nutrition Council in their campaign towards eradication of malnutrition in our country. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that education is very important, especially our information campaign for our people to believe and to understand. If we do not cite verses from the Hadith and the Quran, which is now available after the assistance and help given to us by the Madaris, Bureau of Madaris, as well as Darul Ifta in the former, the now defunct ARMM, ito po yung nagiging resulta niya, wherein we were able to cite verses as well as itong mga from the Quran and from the Hadith. And with the institutionalization, it becomes part of our campaign, it becomes part of our plans, and it becomes part of our implementation, focusing on the nutritional aspect of our health and as our health education campaign. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The way I understand it, there is already a guidelines coming from national. What we need to do is to adapt, implement, and institutionalize. Am I right, Mr. Speaker, and the proponent?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So in due time, Mr. Speaker, I will propose for amendments and also to capture that the ministry that should undertake it first would be the Ministry of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, MP Baintan. Kung wala, may konting clarification. Sa national ba may naka-institutionalize na nutritional guidelines?
Mr. Speaker, available po yung nutritional guidelines for Filipinos. Pero inadapt po natin at ginawa po siyang katanggap-tanggap sa mga Muslim Filipinos by citing verses from the Quran and the Hadith, and we came up with these nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos, which was already accepted and adopted by National Nutrition Council in the central office.
Pero yung sinasabi mo, hindi pa masyado naka-institutionalize sa BARM or sa ARM before, noon.
Hindi po siya nagiging part talaga ng ARMM, although we are already using this, Mr. Speaker. Kaya nga po yung prayer natin ngayon is to make this a part of the Bangsamoro government in terms of nutrition po.
Okay, thank you very much. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker Tan.
Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan, my idol is recognized.
salamat, Idol. Konting kalinawan lang po kung mamarapatin ng aking kaibigan, Dr. Kadir Sinulinding Jojo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, please go ahead po.
Ang nakikita ko kasi parang nandyan na siya, katulad ng kanina na itanong, nandyan na siya, adapted na. At since 2015, na-translate na rin at saka nalagyan ng mga details about reference to our Islamic injunctions. So, bakit po hindi ito na-implement ng ARM pa? Dahil 2015 pa po sinasabi ninyo, meron na nito. Ano bang layunin nito? Kung meron na, kailangan pa ba to? O kung meron na, ano pa bang kulang dito? Yung set of communication strategies ba para lumawak ang kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang nakikita ko po dito is kailangan pa po nating palakasin upang mas katanggap-tanggap, lalong-lalo na po sa ating provincial, municipal, and even barangay governments. Totoo po na naipasa na ito at naipamahagi noong 2015, pero hindi po ganun kalakas ang ating paggamit nito dahil nga po may kulang na batas or may kulang po na suporta sa aming pananaw. Kaya nga po hinihikayat natin ang ating mga kasamaan to support and approve this resolution so it becomes now part of the Bangsamoro approach pagdating po sa nutrition. Although andyan na po siya, nagamit na po, pero hindi po siya kasama doon sa opisyal na parte ng, I think, ng Ministry of Health, pati na rin po ng kanilang Nutrition Division, na kung saan ito po yung ating pangunahin na gustong mangyari at gagamitin din po ng iba't ibang ahensya ng ating Bangsamoro government. Most particularly, the ministries that have a direct activity or support pertaining to nutritional activities. And I'm speaking of the Ministry of Health as the lead agency, the MILG as the lead agency for the local government units to implement various nutrition programs in the locality, the MBHTE for their school feeding program, as well as MSSD for their Centers for Child Development Feeding and Nutritional Programs. Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Pangalawang katanungan sa aking kaibigan. Yung sinasabi mo may nutrition division sa MOH, ang ibig mo bang sabihin, hindi ito kasali sa kanilang programa? Dahil ang assumption ko is, pag may nutrition division, may programa to, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mayroon po programa, pero hindi ko po nakita itong paggamit ng nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos as the guide mismo. Kasi ang alam ko po, the Ministry of Health is the implementing arm of the regional government. But the policy making and the coordinating body still rests sa National Nutrition Council for the Bangsamoro region. Yan pa yung Bangsamoro Nutrition Council as proposed po.
So yung National Nutrition Council, hindi pa kasali ang Bangsamoro? Ganun ba yan?
Mayroon po silang office dito that they are paying. Pero still, we are under sa National Nutrition Council Central Office. And there is only a memorandum of agreement that is being signed by the Office of the Chief Minister as well as the NNC Central to implement itong mga nutritional programs in partnership and in cooperation with the ministries na naggagawa po nito. Ang pinaka-lead is the Ministry of Health.
Yung sunod ko katanungan, yung
Naputol po.
programa ba ng National Nutrition, may program sila? May... Hello?
Pardon po, Mr. Speaker, naputol po kanina. Hindi ko narinig yung sinabi niyo po.
Yung beginning.
Yung National Nutrition Council, pag may program sila, may kalakip ba mga budget to? At kasali ba ang Bangsamoro?
Mayroon pong kalakip na budget ang mga programs ng NNC. Pero ang karamihan po dito ay doon sa kanilang specific programs, but the implementing arm is either the Department of Health for the first 2 years, and then the DSWD or the MSD for the 3 to 4 years, at 3 to 4, and then after that, sa school age is the DepEd or the MBHTE. Karamihan po ng mga budget dito, Mr. Speaker, ay nakalaan sa mga programa tulad ng pagtitraining ng mga barangay nutrition scholars, pagtitraining ng nutrition in emergencies, at yung mga iba't iba pang nakalodge mismo sa NNC. In the case po ng Bangsamoro, there are some funds na naibaba noon but because of problem with liquidation, ang sa pagkakaalam ko po ay nagkaroon ng problema doon sa further downloading kaya apektado din po yung pagbababa ng pundo para po sa regional government. But we are trying our best po na ma-communicate sa central office na tuloy-tuloy ang mga support na ibinibigay nila sa atin.
I remember one last year or the other year, I saw the budget and nutrition program parang hindi gumagalaw siguro dahil COVID noon. Pero nung i-file mo ba ito, nagkausap ba kayo nakausap mo ba yung Ministry of Health officials tungkol dito bago mo i-file ang resolution?
Itong activity po ng MOH is beyond the scope ng National Nutrition Council. but they are working in partnership. The one complements the other. The primary role of National Nutrition Council is only to coordinate as well as to make policies pertaining to nutrition. In terms of nutritional activities, halos lahat po ay ginagawa ng Ministry of Health or the DOH in other regions pertaining to the first 2 years ng buhay ng isang bata. Yan po yung first 1,000 days. After po niyan is they under MSSD or the DSWD for the child care centers. And after that po yung school-based na nutrition activities. So
may
Mr. Speaker, yung sa katanungan niyo po kung have I talked to the Nutrition Division, there is a constant communication between NNC during my time. And as I believe ngayon, as a Regional Nutrition Committee member, ay tuloy-tuloy po ang pag-uusap at ang kooperasyon. At ito pong panukala na ito is only po na mabigyan talaga ng emphasis at suporta na magmumula sa atin bilang isang resolution na magsasabi po na we will fully support and make it become part of the Bangsamoro government's campaign for nutrition. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker.
So parang tayo sa Bangsamoro government, tataya tayo. Tataya tayo dito sa pag-promote ng national nutrition programs. At saka ang sinasabi ninyo po, yung pag-i-implement nito ay hindi lang pala Ministry of Health. Tatlong agency pala sila. The MOH, the MSSD at saka MBHTE. Ganon ba 'yon na kaibigan?
Mr. Speaker, hindi lang po tatlo. Actually, lahat po ng kasapi sa Regional Nutrition Committee ay kasama po sila sa pag-i-implement ng nutrition. Malaking bahagi po dito ang MILG for the LGUs that really implements nutrition programs. Maliban pa po doon, ang MOST para sa mga research and nutrition related na mga initiatives para mapaganda ang uri ng ating mga kinakain. Kasama po ang MOLE for the livelihood, yung MTIT for the trade and industry, at saka yung MOTC po para sa transport ng lahat ng mga nutrition products na nakakatulong po sa programang ito. So hindi lang po yung tatlo kundi napakarami po kung tutuusin, pati yung ating international partners, sila po ay tumutulong din sa atin. To mention specifically, yung FAO ng United Nations, yung UNICEF, pati na rin po ang World Food Program, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Maganda po itong naisip ninyo. So ang mga tulong kakailanganin ay palakasin at disseminate ng mabuti yung mga programa. Ganon ba yun?
Kasama po yun siya, Mr. Speaker, sa ating layunin, ngunit magsisimula lang po siya dito muna sa nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos para mas maintindihan po ng bawat kapwa Bangsamoro na na-translate po ito sa ating dialect at maintindihang mabuti ang kahalagahan ng tamang pagkain at yung tamang kinakain, ang pamamaraan sa pagkain po.
Pamamaraan. Hindi naman tayo magbibigay ng pera, gano'n.
Wala po, Mr. Speaker.
Meron bang appropriation para sa support dito sa resolution na to?
So far, wala po, Mr. Speaker.
Dahil hindi naman kailangan, no?
Ang mga agencies na po ang gagawa dyan, Mr. Speaker, siguro baka pwede silang mag-allocate sa kanilang mga nutritional activities at pwede po doong i-anchor itong activity na ito po. Especially, Mr. Speaker, sa paggawa po ng mga posters, mga tarps, o kaya mga video clips na nag-uugnay at may kinalaman po sa guidelines for Muslim Filipinos. Nutritional guidelines.
Magandang layunin ng resolution na to. Pwede po ba ako maging co-author dito sa resolution mo, Dr. Jojo?
Mr. Speaker, magtatampo po ako pag hindi po kayo sasali.
Hindi mo naman ako sinali.
Wala
So,
po.
I want to
Pabilisin po eh. Sorry po.
I want to associate myself with this resolution if the gentleman would accept.
I acknowledge and I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentleman MP Jojo.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate our Deputy Floor Leader, Attorney Lorena, and Member of the Parliament, Adsfar Usman, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Floor Leader Attorney Jose Iribani Lorena is recognized as one of the interpellator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Major Floor Leader, for allowing me to ask some clarificatory question. Of course, if my friend, the honorable gentleman sponsor of the resolution, would lead to some clarificatory question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It will be an honor.
Thank you. I go back to the framework. This resolution calls for a BARM Nutrition Council. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
When we speak of Nutrition Council, this will be composed of agencies involved in the implementation of nutrition programs.
Mr. Speaker, gusto ko pong linawin na ang resolution po na ito pertains only to the nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos. Just the nutritional guidelines po. Wala pa po dito yung usapin sa National Nutrition Council na pinangalan nating Bangsamoro Nutrition Council kung sakali pong ma-approve siya, Mr. Speaker.
So this is a step to come out with the standard for the Bangsamoro on nutrition. Am I
Yep.
correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In the current nutrition program of the National Nutrition Council, implemented by our DOH and other allied agencies, are they not covering also Bangsamoro?
They are covering, Mr. Speaker. That is why we have here the office called NNC BARM. But that NNC BARM po is fully supported for now by the National Nutrition Council Central Office as a regional entity dito sa Bangsamoro region. At kasama po nga doon sa ating naipasa na sana po ay maaprobahan yung Bangsamoro Nutrition Council so we can make our own policy making body pertaining to nutrition po.
So this policy body, formulating body would submit guidelines to the National Nutrition Council. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I am worried with some council because council are loose organization. In the actual implementation of programs, including the drafting of guidelines, sometimes it's very hard for a council to meet. How can we be assured that if we have this nutrition council set to form guidelines, they can meet regularly so that it can be reflective of the true Bangsamoro nutrition needs?
Actually, isa po yan siya sa room for improvement na nakikita natin, Mr. Speaker. The move in the central office is to make it as a nutrition commission, National Nutrition Commission. At dito po sa atin ay pwede pong ganun din ang ating gawin para mas mapalakas at mapaganda ang pagtataguyod ng programa na may kinalaman sa nutrition. Tama po kayo, when we speak of a council, hindi siya ganun kalakas at hindi po ganun anong tawag dyan sa pagdating sa implementation because it is just a coordinating body. Kung sakali pong magawa natin that will really implement either as a bureau under the Ministry of Health or a specific agency that will in partnership or cooperate with other agencies that will really address the nutrition problems of the region, then that is most welcome po sa akin, Mr. Speaker.
I raised that issue because in my last days at OPAP, I attended the cabinet meeting. I think DS Nabil Tan was also there during that time of the administration of President Duterte. Incidentally, we meet the head of the National Nutrition Council. At that time, he was egging us to organize our own separate Bangsamoro Nutrition Council so that it will have focus on the region. So since you mentioned that this is leading to that, when are we going to file the bill to organize the nutrition, if you want to sponsor it?
Mr. Speaker, that is one of the first bills that I have filed as early as September 2022, Bill number 57, the creation of Bangsamoro Nutrition Council has been filed, and I am awaiting for the support coming from different ministries that will really facilitate and even expedite the passage of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And when we speak of the National Nutrition Council, they receive not only support from the national government, but they are also funded by some well-meaning foreign agencies. Am I correct?
In other regions, yes, Mr. Speaker, there are international partners and even local NGOs that have a special interest in terms of nutrition. So they are focusing on regions with the highest number of malnutrition, and they are really helping that. And to mention, as mentioned earlier, the FAO of the United Nations, the WFP, the World Food Program, as well as the UNICEF really supported us. And not only in terms of the implementation of projects, but also in the drafting of the regional plan of action for nutrition for the Bangsamoro region.
In the past, our social indexes will show that our region, in the past, I'm not talking of the current bar, social indexes are very low in terms of poverty. In fact, one of the lowest, if I may to say. Have we received in those periods support from foreign agencies like the PAO or any other private organizations who are supporting nutrition program in the Philippines?
I think there is also support from that time, Mr. Speaker. I cannot just specifically mention because wala pa akong hawak talaga ngayon na hard copy on that. But I remember mayroon pong mga sumusupport din sa atin. Pero ang pinakamalaking support na nakukuha natin, Mr. Speaker, is coming from the national government itself.
Now, going on to the national government support, I was informed very recently when I was in Manila that some of our agencies receiving funding from national government agencies have not liquidated their cash advances. How are we going to address that? Because even if we set up a council, if support will come in trickles because of the problem of liquidation, we will still have a problem in the region. How, from your view, how could we possibly manage that kind of there are agencies mentioned to me very recently who have not yet liquidated for all the funds that they have received, including already to the period of our times.
Mr. Speaker, the creation of the Bangsamoro Nutrition Council doesn't entail a huge amount of money for it to function in the region. Sa proposal po na ginamit nating computation, the Nutrition Council can operate in more or less 15 million budget annually. Maliit lang po siya na budget considering ang impact niya dito sa ating rehiyon in terms of nutrition. Nasabi ko po kanina, we have the highest number of stunted children in the whole country in 2015 and still true in 2019, 4 years after. There was a huge improvement, but still, ang target po natin ay 30%. 39 po yung 2019 na data na available. So sa akin po, Mr. Speaker, if matuloy po yung proposal at maaprubahan, malaki po ang magiging pakinabang ng ating rehiyon dito because that council or that office will focus on the nutrition problem alone. And it will consolidate all the efforts of officers that has similar interest to nutrition that will also help us solve the problem of our children in the region. Kaya nga po ako'y humihingi po ng tulong sa ating mga kasamahan, Mr. Speaker.
On a percentage funding support, you said only 15 million. From national government support, how much are we expecting for a national council, just in case that it be organized? And how much fund do we need to allocate from the bank in order to match the support from other funding agencies?
Mr. Speaker, if we will pursue in the creation of Bangsamoro Nutrition Council, it is expected that inshallah baka po hindi na sila magbibigay sa atin, but we will stand on our own. Yun po yung nakikita kong senaryo. As of the moment, karamihan po ng ating mga activities po sa nutrisyon, depende po ang budget sa activity na gagawin sa ating rehiyon. If there are trainings, more funds will come based on the work and financial plan. Pero kung kunti lang po yung gagawin, then the budget will also diminish kasi kung po siya activity specific yung mga ginagamit po na pondo galing sa National Nutrition Council.
Thank you. So you believe that with the passage of this resolution, if we so agree, we will be able to organize our policy for Bangsamoro nutrition. Do you think that would hasten the submission and approval of your bill? Because I am interested more of the bill than just this resolution, because the actual implementation of our nutrition program would not be dependent on this resolution formulating a standard, but the organization of a nutrition council will manned by qualified people dedicated and committed to address the nutrition problems of our children. So if you think this resolution will hasten the passage of your bill?
I believe so, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But like my good friend, Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan, since this is to the benefit of our people, I'd like to be associated with this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all.
Thank you. It's an honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Floor Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the next interpellators, may we request that they limit their questions within the simple resolution, Mr. Speaker? Just the simple resolution and not beyond, Mr. Speaker, the substance of it. Thank you. May we recognize MP Usman to be followed by MP Antao. MP Antao will be the last to interpellate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Floor Leader. Mine is just a clarification or just to highlight our knowledge, gaano ka-importante ang advokasya. Saan po ba natin maibi-blame bilang po isang icon sa health profession in the region? Saan po natin mailagay ang kakulangan ng dahilan ng malnutrition sa rehiyon? Doon po ba sa kakulangan sa kaalaman ng proper na pagpapakain sa mga bata or sa kakulangan ng pagkain na ipapakain natin sa bata? Saan po ang bulk ng kakulangan natin? Doon sa kakulangan sa kaalaman or sa kakulangan ng pagkain sa lamesa?
Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po, Honorable Azfar Usman, for that question. Unang-una po, tayo ay rehiyon na kahit anong itapon mo sa lupa, tumutubo. Kaya sa atin po, walang namamatay sa gutom. Kung ako po ang inyong tatanungin, honestly, ang dahilan po ng ating malnutrition ay dahil sa kakulangan ng kaalaman at tamang paggawa ng mga dapat na gawin para matugunan ang gutom at yung pagpapakain sa ating mga anak. Tandaan po natin, Mr. Speaker, na during pregnancy, doon po nagsisimula ang nutrisyon. Dapat ang nanay pupunta sa health center, libre po ang check-up. Libre po ang vitamins kung mayroong available na supply. Libre din po ang panganganak sa ating health facility. Pag nanganak po, ang ating pinapatupad ay ang eksklusibong pagpapasuso, exclusive breastfeeding. At alam po natin na ang gatas ng ina, ang pinakamahusay at pinakamagandang gatas at libre pa. Pagkatapos po ng 6 na buwan, ilalagay na po natin yung complementary feeding na kung saan hindi nag-i-entail na malaking gasto. Pero dahil po sa impluwensya ng advertisement, impluwensya ng media, nai-impluwensya ng ating desisyon na kung saan instead na gatas ng ina, gatas ng delata na napakabahal at kuminsan dahilan pa upang magtae-tae ang ating mga anak. Kaya sa kasagutan sa iyong katanungan, Mr. Speaker, nasa kakulangan po ng kaalaman ang isa sa malaking bahagi na dahilan upang tayo'y magkaroon ng maraming malnourished na mga bata dito sa ating rehiyon.
Wala po kaming magawa, Mr. Speaker, dahil yun po ay factual na reasons na sinasabi ng ating batikang doktor from the profession sa health. Pero po dahil sa hindi lang po ang Ministry of Health ang kailangan dito sa usapin na to, we need also to recognize the efforts and the contribution that should be made by other ministers. Ministry, I mean, doon sa kakulangan din po sa pagkain tulad ng Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade, for example, and of course the Ministry of Social Services doon sa mga binibigay na ayuda tulad ng noodles at saka sardinas. Sana po mabawasan yung mga ganun na although pangtawid lang yun ng gutom, pero dapat mai-promote din natin yung mga pagkain na kailangan talaga doon sa nutrisyon ng bata. And lastly po, kung pupwedehin po ninyo na maisali po kami bilang kasama sa author dito sa napaka-importanting resolution na to. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. At kung mamarapitin po ng lahat ng ating mga kasamahan na naririto ngayon, lahat po kayo ay inaanyayahan kong maging co-author po sa ating resolution na ito. At bago ko makalimutan, Mr. Speaker, nakalimutan ko yung banggitin yung MAFAR for our food security. Napakalaki po ang kanilang role para ma-stabilize ang ating source of food either during pandemic or outside the pandemic. At sila po ang may pinakamabigat na responsibilidad sa pagpapatupad po nito sa ating rehiyon, kaakibat ang local government units. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for your last interpolator, MP Antao.
MP Antaw is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Unang-una, gusto ko pong ipaalam sa ating proponent ay interesado po rin ako maging co-author. Pero nasabi na niya kanina lahat tayo mga author. Doon sa pagsasalita niya kanina, sa message niya kanina, mayroon na nakakuha ng aking attention. Yung sinasabi niya yung Islamic point of view. So naniwala ako na itong proponent na ito ay may alam siguro na mayroong specific verse na nagsasabi na ang pinakamabisang gatas na dapat mainom ng isang sanggol ay ang gatas ng ina. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, I agree, Mr. Speaker.
At doon sa verse na yan siguro, nasabi rin na may immunized component yung gatas na yan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, gusto ko rin tanong sa kanya kung may study na ba ang health o anumang agency kung ilan percentage ba ang nagpadidi ng kanyang anak.
Mr. Speaker, ayon po sa data na nakalap ko mula sa ating ministry, 77% po ng ating mga nanay ang nagpapasuso sa kanilang mga anak ng exclusive. Pero yung mix, umaabot po ng 90%. So mayroon pa rin pong 10% na talagang hindi nagpapasuso, baka ito ay dahilan sa problema sa kanilang anatomical changes sa suso mismo or may kinalaman sa kanilang trabaho, kaya hindi po nakakapagpapasuso ng eksklusibo sa kanilang mga anak. And in line sa katanungan ni Honorable MP Antaw from North Cotabato, wala pong tatalo sa gatas ng ina. At
Maraming salamat.
yan po ay alam na alam ng mga tatay dito, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi ko na po babanggitin. Inumpisa mo na sasabihin ang dahilan. Pero hindi yun ang iniisip ko. Pero gusto ko rin sana itanong kung ano ang mga dahilan, kung bakit meron pang mga nanay na hindi nagpadidi ng kanilang mana. Subalit, sapat na yung sagot mo, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby move to terminate the period of interpellation.
There is a motion to terminate the period of interpellation and debate. There being no objection, this is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, there is one member of the parliament who wishes to enter an amendment. I therefore move to open the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is moved to be open. There being no objection, this is hereby approved.
Let us recognize MP Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker.
MP Apatuan is duly recognized.
Sige, Mr. Speaker, since na-plus naman yung title, unahin ko na lang pero dapat doon sa baba mauna, no? Doon tayo sa body. So, yung sa now, prayer close niya, Mr. Speaker, now, therefore be it resolved, but is as it is hereby resolved. Wala yung to urge. Tanggalin mo yung to urge. Diretso. To adapt the nutritional guidelines for Muslim Filipinos and GMF using transliterated Islamic context and dialects and institutionalize the same in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
The second proposal, Mr. Speaker, is below it, resolve further that the Ministry of Health, MOH, shall take the lead in the implementation of this resolution.
Mr. Speaker, can I have a counter proposal? Not just the Ministry of Health, but to include MILG so that the LGU can also take the lead in the local government unit. Dadagdagan lang po, Mr. Speaker, ng MILG.
Mauna yung MOH
MILH po.
and MILG. Yes.
Accepted po.
Then resolve finally that a copy of this resolution be furnished to the Office of the Chief Minister and its concerned agencies to support the implementation of this resolution.
Accepted po. Mr.
Then
Speaker.
dun sa title. Yan ang magiging title niya, Resolution Adopting the Nutritional Guidelines for Muslim Filipinos and GMF using the transliterated Islamic context and dialects and institutionalized the same in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Farm.
With much delight, accepted po. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pwede to institutionalize or institutionalizing. Institutionalizing. Nabubulol ako. Institutionalizing. Yeah. Okay. Accepted po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with the resolution of all amendments, Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the period of amendment.
There is a motion to terminate the period of parliaments. There being no objection, the same is approved.
I move that all members of the parliament be a part of this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Second, there is a motion to include all the members of the parliament present to be part of this proposed resolution. There being no objection, the same is approved.
I move to approve proposed resolution, the proposed resolution subject to style, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve proposed resolution number 280 as amended, subject to style. There being no objection, the same is approved.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is proposed resolution number 327. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors.
The Secretariat is directed to read the proposed resolution number 327.
Proposed resolution number 327 entitled Resolution Calling on the Ministry of Social Services and Development, MSSD, the Ministry of Interior and Local Government, MILG, the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs, MIPA, and the Philippine Statistics Authority, PSA, to jointly formulate a regional program for the mandatory civil registration of the birth of the residents of the Bangsamoro, particularly the Sama, Dilaut, Badjao, and other indigenous peoples. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong. Co-authors, Members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Baintan Patuan, Rasol Mitmug Jr., Abdul Bahar Mawalil, Suharto Buludto, Rasul Ismail, Benjamin Long, Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam, Abdul Karim Miswari, Jose Lorena, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Jamila Ramos, Azbar Usman, Muhammad Kelly Antaw, Eddie Ali, Tawakal Mitimbang, Mujib Abu, Suhaib Oranon, Basir Utu, Bay Maleha Kandaw, Michael Mitimbang, Basit Abbas, Muslimin Jakilan, and Susana Anayatin.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 327 to the Committee on Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
A motion to refer proposed resolution number 327 to the Committee on Indigenous Peoples Affairs. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is proposed resolution number 334. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Secretariat is directed to read the proposed resolution number 334.
Proposed resolution number 334 entitled Resolution Calling on the Ministry of Health, MOH, to ensure the establishment of accessible snake bite treatment centers and the availability and adequate supply of purified cobra antivenin or PCAB in each of the provinces of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao BARM. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong. Co-authors, Members of Parliament, Liza Lamia, Baintan, Ampatuan, Rasol Mitmug Jr., Abdul Bahar Mawalil, Suharto Buludto, Rasul Ismail, Benjamin Loong, Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam, Abdul Karim Miswari, Jose Lorena, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Jamila Ramos, Azbar Usman, Muhammad Kelly Antaw, Eddie Ali, Tawakal Mitimbang, Mujib Abu, Suhaib Oranon, Basir Utu, Bay Maleha Kandaw, Michael Mitimbang, and Albakir Jikiri.
I move to refer proposed resolution number 334 to the Committee on Health, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to refer proposed resolution number 334, duly seconded. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, next is proposed resolution number 340. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors.
The Secretariat is directed to read proposed resolution number 340.
Proposed resolution number 340 entitled A Resolution Urging Local Government Units in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region to prioritize and champion the 10-year solid waste management plan to safeguard the environment and ensure the well-being of future generations. Author, Member of the Parliament, Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam. Co-authors, Members of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong, Tawakal Mitimbang, Susana Netin, Jamila Ramos, Froilin Mendoza,
340.
Bay Maleha Kandaw, Azbar Usman, Faisal Karon, Michael Mitimbang, Suharto Ismail, Hatimil Hasan, Suharto Buludto, Ali Sulaiman, and Albakir Jikiri.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution 340 to the Committee on Local Government.
There is a move to refer proposed resolution number 340. There being no objection, duly seconded, the same is hereby approved.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is proposed resolution number 345. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title and the author.
The secretariat is directed to read proposed resolution number 345.
Proposed resolution number 345 entitled Resolution Directing the School Teachers and Administrators through the Ministry of Basic, Higher and Technical Education (MBHT) to deepen their understanding about the Republic Act number 11650, otherwise known as instituting a policy of inclusion and services for learners and disabilities in support of Inclusive Education Act, and implement the same accordingly. Author, Member of the Parliament, Mahintan Ampatuan.
Mr. Speaker, I move to treat proposed resolution number 345 as a simple resolution, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to treat proposed resolution number 345. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved. Simple resolution.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize MP Baintan Ampatuan to talk about the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
The proponent is duly recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues in this August Parliament, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. It is my honor to sponsor proposed resolution number 345 entitled Resolution Directing the School Teachers and Administrators through the Ministry of Basic, Higher and Technical Education to deepen their understanding about Republic Act number 11650, otherwise known as instituting a policy of inclusion and services for learners with disabilities in support to Inclusive Education Act, and implement the same accordingly. Jose Rizal, our national hero, once said, "Ang kabataan, ang pag-asa ng ating bayan." This is an immortalized line of the national hero which still evokes aspirations to nurture and protect today's youth. Section 1, Article 14 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution mandates the state to protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels, and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all. Moreover, Section 13, Article 2 of the Philippine Constitution provides that the state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. Former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte signed into law on March 11, 2022, Republic Act number 11650. Section 5 of the said law provides that all schools, whether public or private, shall ensure equitable access to quality education to every learner with disability, such that no learner shall be denied admission on the basis of disability. Similarly, Section 59 of Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 18, or the Bangsamoro Education Code, acknowledge that all children and youth learners need support, that as part of the basic education learning system, there shall be a framework of inclusive education to be adapted, designed to foster the development of inclusive and supportive centers of learning that enables all learners to participate actively in education process, in particular, those learners who experience or have experienced barriers to learning and development. Additionally, Section 6 of Republic Act 11650 states that the Department of Education in collaboration with local government units, shall initially establish and maintain at least one inclusive learning resource center or ILRC in every city and municipality in the country. Alongside the creation of an ILRC of learners with disabilities, the law also directs the implementation of the child-friendly system, a system that will ensure all learners with disabilities who are not receiving early and basic education services are identified, located, and evaluated. Data from the Department of Education shows that the number of enrollees with disabilities stood at 93,895 for school year 2021 to 2022, lower by 74% compared to its pre-pandemic figure of 360,879. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that a child with special needs
Break muna for 1 minute, Corazon. Break for 1 minute. You may continue the sponsorship message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that a child with special needs faces additional challenges, which makes learning more difficult for them compared to most of the children with their age. Thus, a teacher should choose suitable and adaptive ways to help a child learn. A teacher should take account different avenues for child improvement and development. Also, a specialized education enables children to gain their highest level of potential and reach their independence. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, being an interim government of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, it is incumbent upon us to promote public awareness regarding the conditions and challenges that the ability of learners with special needs. In view of the foregoing, I humbly seek for the immediate approval of this resolution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, MPA Bayintan Ampatuan, for the sponsorship speech. Before anything else, I would like to be associated with the resolution, Mr. Speaker, being a parent of children with special needs. Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of interpellation.
Yes, a motion to open the period of interpellation. Duly seconded, there being no objection, dismissed by approval.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize MP Makasalong to be followed by MP Lorena, Mr. Speaker.
Abdul Hashim.
And
Abdul Hashim.
MP Abdul Hashim, Mr. Speaker.
Makasalong, din MP Makasalong, din MP Lorena, din MP Abdul Hashim, in that order. You are recognized, sir, MP Makasalong. Yes, you can continue your interpellation. Thank you.
Billahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa bihi nasta'inu alayhi natawakkal. Amma ba'd. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon. First and foremost, also being a father, I would like to manifest my intention to be a co-author of this resolution, if the proponent would allow.
Yes, all those members present today will be principal authors to this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And because of that, I have a few questions, if you would allow. First is that because this is a very important, and in the title itself, it reflects that we urge, or we would like to direct the schools through the MBHTE to deepen their understanding on the Republic Act 11650 and implement the same. I would like to be enlightened kung ano po doon specifically perhaps or altogether as a whole ang i-implement natin, or may specific doon ng gusto natin ipa-implement.
Okay, yung batas medyo malawak, no?
Yes.
But if we want to prioritize, unang-una, sa ngayon, kung makikita niyo yung data, compared to pre-pandemic level, bumaba yung bumalik na mga bata sa eskwelahan. May mga reasons na may mga kadahilanan bakit hindi bumalik yung mga bata. Sa aming konting pagsasaliksik, isa sa mga kadahilanan ay hindi masyado familiar yung mga eskwelahan kung paano i-treat ang mga batang may special needs. Wala masyadong may capacity. Pangalawa, hindi nila alam na may batas na. In fact, even myself, kung hindi ko nakausap yung taga Save the Children, hindi ko alam na may batas na, no? So, much more siguro ako mambabatas, baka pati yung teacher hindi niya alam may batas na. Pangalawa, may mga dahil mahirap nga tumanggap nung mahirap ialagaan yung mga batang may special needs, no? Yung ibang eskwelahan tumatanggi. Meron ganong cases na narinig natin. Kaya maiging ma-deepen yung kanilang understanding dito sa batas na ito, ano yung kanilang mga roles and responsibilities pagdating sa mga batang ito. Walang pwedeng tumanggi na ipapasok yung bata dahil may special needs siya. Mas lalong bawal na i-isolate yung bata. Hindi pwedeng i-isolate yung bata. Iti-treat siya as among the regulars. Kasi kung i-isolate mo siya, mas lalong mabibihain yung bata. And mas lalong bawal yung hindi pagtanggap. But right now, all those things seems to be not clear to everyone, especially to the teachers. No? With due respect to those who have known the law, but most if not, no, ay hindi pa nakaalam nitong batas. So kailangan aralin, i-understand at i-implement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But I think mayroon pa po ba tayong tinitingnan doon within that 11650 na kailangan natin i-prioritize, or only that thing that you mentioned?
Maybe one of the biggest challenges of this law, dahil bago lang naman ito, is that the Department of Education National is yet to come up with the implementing rules and regulations. So doon natin makikita wala pa yung IRR. Kaya nga, as early as now, pinaplug na natin na meron itong batas, at pagdating ng IRR, mas lalo na tayong ready. No?
Thank you very much. Yun ho yung isa natin, because it's very wide, as you said, baka ho magkaroon ng confusion kung paano at ano ho yung i-implement natin. One last na lang ho, Mr. Speaker. Doon ho sa whereas na sinabi mong Section 5 of that 11650, so far, mayroon ho ba tayong mga, of course, mahirap yung data as a whole, pero mayroon ho ba tayong at least mga cases and perhaps schools na may mga nag-attempt or na-deny na estudyante?
We have yet to see the data, the actual data. Pero nga, mahirap talaga magpaaral ng batang may special needs. Most likely, yung iba, hindi na pinapaaral. No? Dahil para ka ring, mahirap, pero But there should be a way. Yun yung sinasabi ng batas. Dapat hindi sila ma-exclude. In fact, para dun sa may mga kaya, may mga special school na nagki-cater nito. Pero hindi naman lahat may kaya. Kaya minandate yung lahat ng eskwelahan, private man o public, na bawal yung hindi pagtanggap sa mga batang may special needs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, as a manifestation siguro, we know na, of course, I really support this measure, this resolution, but I think if we can also add to our, maybe in the following months or year, maybe we can also include in our effort to, even the design kasi of the school buildings, it requires that shows how we are so serious of this accommodating the disabled students. Mahirapan ho, for example, kung may naka-wheelchair ay wala hong madadaanan yung wheelchair. So perhaps we can include in our efforts na even in the design of our buildings, the infrastructure, baka pwede ho natin sila i-encourage to include it in their design. That is, of course, I know that is in the different topic, but I'm just putting it in the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Tanong lang, yung sa batas na yun, walang penalties. Pag hindi ka tumanggap ng ganong, nirefuse mo enrollment ng bata, hindi mo, wala sa 11650, what will be the penalty to the school administrator or to the school
I'll
teacher?
revert back to you, Mr. Speaker, with regards to penalties. Mukhang meron.
Meron?
Oo.
Okay, MP Lorin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Pro Leader. While I am in support of this resolution, because I also have nephews who are autistic and some of them are disabled and who can be accommodated in some learning institution. But if I just have some clarificatory questions, if the gentlewoman sponsor would yield to some.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You said this 11060 has just been 650 has just been passed, and IRR has been formulated yet. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
It's because of that our education code did not also reflect any provision for allowing special childs in regular institution. Am I correct? Do we have a provision in our Education Act?
As cited earlier, but it's not very precise with regards to children with special needs.
If you only know, in our budget for MBHT, have we allocated some funds for accommodating the entry of disabled and special children to our regular institution?
As far as my recollection is concerned, I haven't got but it is incorporated in the, it should be part of the regular, no? Regardless of if they are with special needs or regular children.
Yeah, thank you. Because if you will look into Article 9, Basic Rights of 11054, there are two pertinent sections which mandate the Parliament to do this. One is Section 16 on integrated quality education. But the more pertinent is Section 23, which mandates us to provide assistance and to secure the future of special children and the disabled and senior citizens. So I understand that we need to accommodate that the intent of this resolution is to have teachers know about the implication of 11650 and allow them to enter regular institution. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
However, in the teaching of special child, it requires specific skills.
Yes.
And therefore, our teachers should also be prepared to do that, just that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Having said that, I think the primordial responsibility for our Parliament, outside from asking our teacher to learn, is also to provide support for the training of specialized teachers in regular institution to handle special children.
Yes, I fully agree.
Yes, so I would go beyond the resolution by asking them to learn more and deepen their understanding of 11650. But I hope the gentlewoman sponsor will go far by because we are now in our budget year, to incorporate a provision in the budget that will cater to address the needs of our special children.
Yes, Mrs.
So I hope in due time we can also propose an amendment to our Education Act to include the mandates provided for under 11650, because while I agree that we are covered by national law, but there are specific provisions that can be addressed specifically by this Parliament. But that is just perhaps a speaking out loud so that we can prepare for that eventuality. That is just all, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be associated with this resolution, and I congratulate the gentlewoman parliamentarian for addressing this particular concern. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Abdullah Sim is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ba'd. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On the outset, I would like to thank the proponent for including all of us here as principal sponsors. It is very appreciated. I am also have a personal connection with this resolution, as I have experienced trying to find a appropriate school for our child that needs specific intervention. But on the process of more clarity, I have some questions for the proponent.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I am curious what prompted the proponent in creating this resolution.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I had an opportunity to talk with Save the Children, and in that conversation, dinner conversation, this subject came out, and it so happened that from that conversation, there are many issues that came up, and I told myself that this should be addressed, because I'm glad that I heard that issues, because BARM is not exempted in that concern, no? Kasi yung pinag-uusapan namin national, and in that conversation also, I have a parang personal na resource person na naka-sit down doon sa usapan na yon, narrating to us yung kanyang personal experiences with the children that she has. So from there, sabi ko, kung ganon, mukhang medyo marami ito. Ang problema na ito kasi, hindi ito limited lang sa yung problema sa makalakad, no? Disabled, mahirapan maglakad. Kasama dito yung issue ng autism, no? Alam natin na nung pandemic, lahat tayo nakulong, mas nakulong yung mga bata. At medyo na-engross sila doon sa mga gadgets. At ang isa sa mga naging epekto, palagay ko, ay dahil masyado na silang engrossed doon sa mga gadgets na yan, yung kanilang concentration ay medyo doon na. So, hindi ko alam kung naka-help ba yan sa development ng autism, pero yung ibang bata ayaw nang mag-aaral, no? So, may mga issues na ganon, tapos may gustong pumasok, pero parang nasa-set aside yung bata. Nandun lang sa side kasi hindi alam nung teacher anong gagawin. So, those concerns prompted me to write this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, On the mentioned law, Republic Act number 11650, is it are schools not allowed to not accept enrollees with disabilities?
Yes, they are not allowed. Not to um, um,
Not accept.
accept
Yeah.
the children.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker, because the challenge here is what will happen if the school has no capacity, resources, infrastructure, even the faculties and the teachers has no training on this matter. So even if they will accept these enrollees with disabilities, perhaps they will not be able to cater properly to their
Yeah.
needs.
Precisely, Mr. Chair, I want to start the conversation here as policymakers. I want that this should be known so that as policymakers, we can do our share first by understanding the law and let the end user, the teachers and the administrators to also understand the law. Upon understanding the law, and that is the first measure that we want to do, is then we will recognize then what are the issues and concerns in the implementation of the law. And from there, we can make another policy out of the issues and concerns that we will be discovering soon in the implementation of this law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fourthly and fifthly, it is mentioned here in this resolution that it will be the MBHTE, through the MBHTE, directing the school teachers and administrators. How will the MBHTE implement this resolution? And specifically also, how will the school teachers and administrators implement this resolution, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, the MBHTE can issue a memorandum or depending on what kind of communication form they are adopting right now, they can issue a memorandum directing the school teachers and administrator to look at the provisions of the law and try to understand them. So in that way, there will be raising of consciousness from amongst the teachers and school administrators. So again, the next phase will be identifying what are the challenges they will be facing, might face in the implementation of the law.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. We are hoping that after the passage of this resolution, this will be a start to open the conversation on this very important matter that we need to address in order to be inclusive in our education. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, our last interpellator would be MP Uy Oyod, Mr. Speaker.
MP Oyod is recognized.
Before MP Uy Oyod, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer your earlier question with regards to the penalties. Under Section 28 of the law, it only provides administrative sanction. It says here that the Department of Education and under implementing agencies shall ensure compliance with the provisions of this act. Any private school, government official, and employee, and CDC or ILRC personnel who shall violate or fail to comply with the provision of this act shall be dealt with administrative sanction.
Pero very general, anong klaseng administrative sanction? Hindi sinabi anong
That will come out in the implementing rules and regulations.
Anong
Yes.
administrative sanction?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, MP Oyod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon and assalamualaikum. I have clarificatory questions to the proponent, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
First is, our public schools, meron ba tayong personnel with special training since we are talking about learners with special needs? Kung baga meron na po bang na-employ ang MBHTE na personnel with special trainings po?
With regards to personnel ng MBST, we have yet to see that. But I think even before the joining of the Cotabato City to BARM, noon parang maalala ko nung mga bata pa kami, mayroong mga nagki-cater na ng children with special needs. Pero I don't know if that was sustained. So I am assuming that there are resource persons and there are resources right now, but we just need to inventory and determine the gaps so that we fully implement this law. And under the law, it mandates every municipality or city to create an ILRC. So we have yet to see that kung meron nga, kasi kailangan ng specialized persons, personnel that will manage that center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, it was stated by the proponent that what triggered her to prepare and pass this proposed resolution was her conversation with a sector na ang concern po is
Children.
ito. By any chance, after the conversation, did the proponent able to somehow confer with the MBHTE kung ano na po ba yung kalagayan ng pag-i-implement nila dito, or was the proponent just automatically or immediately prepared the proposed resolution without consulting the MBHTE?
Honestly, frankly, we haven't talked with the MBST with this, but I suppose that this is a new law, and my very objective is to start the conversation about it. So glad if I'll be very happy if the MBST has started their initiative with regards to this law. I will commend them. No, once I find out that they have been implementing the law. So later. We'll find out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, by any chance, may idea po ba si Ma'am Proponent if meron na ba tayong ILRC dito sa BARM, since the law mandated that an ILRC must be established in every municipality or city po dito sa BARM? By any chance, baka meron po ba or wala pa?
Mr. Speaker, we have yet to see that because as I've said, we have yet to we are still waiting for the IRR, no? So hindi pa masyado malinaw yung mga mechanisms of how to do this. Pero ang gusto ko lang is we start the conversation because the problems are already in our hands, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly po, during the conversation of the proponent with the concerned sector po, by any chance, meron po ba silang pinakitang official data or data that, triggered them na ipaabot yung kanilang sentimento po sa ating proponent?
Actually, hindi naman pinaabot talaga. Pero ang nangyari niyan, nakita ko yung opportunity na sabi ko, yung problema na yan, nationwide, and BARM is not excluded from that problem. In fact, yung narration ng kasama sa meeting ay isang ebidensya na may problema nga.
That would be all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ma'am Proponent. And I would like to manifest my support and my intent to be a co-author on this proposed resolution. Thank you and wassalam.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, all of those who are present today are part of the principal authors.
Anyway, yung mga
If they wish to. If they wish to. Pag ayaw naman
walang nag-object yata.
kung may mag-object, hindi siya kasama.
Anyway, yung mga concerns naman, we can raise that in the budget deliberation of the MBST para masama na dun sa program ng MBST. Floor leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of interpellation and debate. Duly seconded, there being no objection.
The Ministry of Basic, Higher and Technical Education, MBHTE, to capacitate their school teachers and administrators on Republic Act number 11650 and then just retain the rest.
Directing the MHD to capacitate this
Just spell out the MHTE.
school teachers.
On Republic Act number 11650, and then up to the end. Otherwise known as up to the end. Just copy the original wording.
Mr. Speaker, capacity building requires resources. That means to say, you need to train, you need to buy the necessary materials, you need to construct everything that is supposed to be a requirement of capacity building. So it's an encompassing and very huge resource. It would require huge resources. But the intention of my resolution is just to raise an awareness, start the conversation about the law. So it totally departs from what I want to put forward in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid I cannot accept the proposal.
Ayaw ba? 1 minute.
Mi- 1 minute suspension. Session resume.
Thank you. MP Hashim does not contest the non-acceptance of the proponent, but there is another proposal to amend. Mr. Speaker, may we recognize MP Uy Oyod?
MP Oyo is recognized or Hani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to propose an amendment to the title of the resolution, which reads, Resolution urging the Ministry of Basic Higher and Technical Education, MBHTE, to conduct information dissemination on Republic Act number 11650, otherwise known as instituting a policy of inclusion and services for learners with disabilities and in support of Inclusive Education Act, especially to teachers and administrators, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Not acceptable to the proponent.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't depart from what we want to do. So
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be all.
Yes, there is a point of order of Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan.
Are we now in the title? If my memory serves me right, I think we should start from the body before we consider amendments to the title. Have we finished with amendments to the body of the resolution?
Mr. Speaker, there are no proposed amendments on the body, Mr. Speaker. So it will follow the dispositive portion of the resolution would follow the title, Mr. Speaker.
Except the dispositive portion because it should be consistent with the title.
Yes.
Yeah, mababago yung now resolved, yung now resolved, mababago yun. Yun lang.
Mababago muna dispositive bago tayo mag-title.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think the proponent has already accepted.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
So,
with this, I move to close the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is a motion to close the period of amendment. Duly seconded. There being no objection, this motion be approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve proposed resolution number 345 as amended, subject to style.
There is a motion to approve proposed resolution number 345 as amended, subject to style. There being no objection, this is hereby approved.
May we also request that all members of the Parliament present be included as co-authors, Mr. Speaker.
All members of the Parliament, there being no objection from them, the same is approved.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is proposed resolution 346. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title and the author.
Secretariat, you are directed to read proposed resolution number 346.
Proposed resolution number 346 entitled Resolution calling the Department of Education, DepEd, to fast track the preparation of the implementing rules and regulations, IRR, of the Republic Act number 11650, or an act instituting a policy of inclusion and services for learners with disabilities in support of inclusive education, establishing inclusive learning resource centers of learners with disabilities in all school districts, municipalities, and cities, providing for standards, appropriating funds, therefore, and for other purposes. Author, Member of the Parliament, Baintan Ampatuan.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 346 to the Committee on Basic, Higher, and Technical Education.
There's a motion to refer the same measure to the Committee on Basic, Higher, and Technical Education and to the Committee on Finance because it talks about appropriating funds, therefore.
And Committee on Finance,
Ina.
Mr. Speaker.
Ay, yung law.
No, Mr. Speaker, because it is...
Kasi yung law.
Yes,
ang
that's the
appropriating
title.
funds.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So there is a motion to refer proposed resolution number 346 to the Committee on Basic, Higher, and Technical Education. There being no objection, this is approved.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is proposed resolution number 354. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title and the author and the co-authors. Mr. Speaker?
Yes, the Secretariat is directed to read proposed resolution number 354.
Proposed resolution number 354 entitled Resolution Urging the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority, BPA, to develop strategic initiatives for the management of pilgrims from the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Author, Members of Parliament, Bahintan Nabatuan. Co-authors, Members of Parliament, Liza Alamia, Amir Bahamawalil, Suardo Ambuluto, Don Mustafa Loong, Rasol Mitmud Jr., Rasul Ismail Tawakal Mitimbang, Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam, Michael Mitimbang, and Basir Uto.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution 354 to the Committee on Rules. Mike,
There is a motion to refer proposed resolution number 354 to the Committee on Rules. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
last, Mr. Speaker, is proposed resolution number 356. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title and the author.
The Secretariat is directed to read the proposed resolution number 356.
Proposed resolution number 356 entitled A Resolution Commending Caroline O. Argiles of Minda News for being a recipient of the 2023 Luxembourg Peace Prize LPP Award for Outstanding Peace Journalism. Author, Member of Parliament, Susana Anayatin.
Mr. Speaker, I move to treat proposed resolution number 356 as a simple resolution.
There is a motion to treat proposed resolution 356 as a simple resolution. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
May we recognize the principal author, MP Susana Anayatin, Mr. Speaker.
MP Susana Anayatin is recognized.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Mr. Speaker, attaining long-lasting peace and development in a society that a person belongs to is a universal dream since time immemorial. Notwithstanding such a fact, only a few are committed to supporting the battle for the same. The peace that we look forward to is that which is lasting and would certainly reach and benefit the future generations to come. It is hence a rarity that one person has given her lifelong commitment to improving her craft in order to contribute to society and influence others for highlighting in her writings and publications the peace efforts made by the government and other stakeholders towards achieving our lifelong vision for sustainable peace and development. As a devoted champion of peace, Ms. Argilas has received several milestones in her career. She obtained relevant awards and recognitions, which principally contributed to the signing of the peace agreement between the Philippine government and the Bangsamoro people, as well as to the passage of the Republic Act 11154 or the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Ms. Argilas has maintained her loyalty to her calling as a journalist as she remained steadfast in her resolve to keep the truth prevailing while dismissing unwanted pressures and dangers that her profession brings along. She has been an influential character in the media industry who pushed for better broadcasting and news writing in Mindanao. Hence, Mr. Speaker, in recognition of this extraordinary triumph and in celebration of the existence of a significantly empowered woman, this honorable parliament is hereby requested to consider the propriety of commending this exceptional award-winning lady from Mindanao. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member of the Parliament who wishes to interpolate, I would like to make an omnibus motion to dispense with the...
Mr. Speaker,
Oh, Mr. Speaker, that's Deputy Speaker Tan.
may I have some clarificatory question?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I therefore move to open the period of interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to open the period of interpellation. There being no objection, the same is be approved. Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan is duly recognized.
Thank you, sir. Konting katanungan lang po para sa mapaliwanagan lang ako o tayo. Yung if the sponsor will yield.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you po. Si Caroline Arguelles is kilala ko yan, inquirer dati, Mindanao Bureau Chief, ngayon Mindanao News na. Is he from the autonomous region?
Mr. Speaker, she's from Davao City.
He's from Davao, but his work covers the entire Philippines or entire Mindanao.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Siya ay gagawaran ng ano yan? Luxembourg Peace Award, Peace Prize Award.
Please say it again, Mr. Speaker.
Ang igagawad sa kanya ay anong pangalan ng award?
Luxembourg.
Luxembourg Peace Prize Award, Mr. Speaker.
Luxembourg Peace Prize Award. So tayo ay nagko-comment. Pwede siguro at the period of amendments, medyo ayusin lang yung title. Kasi dapat i-congratulate na lang natin dahil kinomed na siya ng award-giving body, di ba? Commended her by giving her an award. So sa akin, sa tingin ko, dapat siguro ang appropriate word ay congratulate. Congratulate Carol for her good work meriting the award. Yun lang po sa akin na daan tayo ng amendments. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Deputy Speaker Tan. So I therefore move to terminate the period of interpellation.
There's a motion to terminate period of interpellation. There being no objection, this is hereby approved.
I move to open the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Period of amendment is open. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, based on the manifestation of Deputy Speaker Tan, can we show the title? So, Deputy Speaker Tan, if you could please guide us with the language that you wish to register as an amendment. A resolution congratulating Caroline O. Arguelles of Mindanao News on being a recipient, no?
Oh, pwede na yun.
Okay, sige.
Pwede na yun. For being a recipient.
Okay.
On being a recipient.
Yes.
On being a recipient.
On being a
Instead
recipient.
of for, on.
On or for.
On.
Yes, that's medyo mas grammatically correct, Mr. Speaker. If
Wala na.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
So, pwede bang tingnan natin pababa? Tingnan natin yung body. Kasi nauna natin tinira na yung title. To honor the outstanding, tama ba yan? In the field of peace. To honor outstanding individuals. Parang hanging po yung itong where.
Oh,
Okay, so-
ipa-correct na lang. Mali talaga yan.
Yes.
Mali yung wording, with due respect.
So, Secretariat, can you please revise line 35
Then,
to honor and then delete the word the and then add individuals after outstanding?
in the field of peace.
Is that correct? Individuals. Deputy Speaker Tan, is
Yes,
this?
yes. Majority plural. Pababa pa tayo, pababa pa.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Pwede ba tanggalin na yung ito milestone Kasi ang milestone na si set ng office, di ba?
44. Line 44, yes.
Pwede lang siya contributory.
Is the amendment, Mr. Speaker, to remove "in achieving milestones" so that it would read, whereas such constructive coverages of peace efforts made by Ms. Argillas contributed,
Played a significant role.
played a significant role. Okay. Line 44, after Argillas, line 44. After
Tama ba yan?
Argillas.
Tama ba yan? Contributed a
Hindi, wala na contributed. Pag may
Wala nang contributed.
wala na played a significant role, pwede na yan.
Played. PLAYED.
Played. Hindi PLAID.
Ginagawa po natin to kasi media si baka tayo tawanan ni
Okay.
A counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Counter
Yes.
proposal daw po.
For us, such constructive coverages of peace efforts made by Ms. Aguilas played a significant role in the reporting
Ayan.
of the country's peace process.
Pwede po. Dahil yan ang role niya.
Pang-report.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yung last part na yan, last sentence na yan, tama ba yan? Philippine government in the Bangsamoro in southern part of the country and the passage into law of 11054. Mukhang wala na siyang role doon sa passage into law. Sa negotiation siguro sila.
I think it's about reporting. Reporting of the peace process.
Paliwanag natin, majority floor leader, paano? Kasi as is, parang parang she played a role in the passage of the law. Wala di ba? Peace agreement between the Bangsamoro people in terms of reporting.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, can and with the indulgence of Deputy Speaker Tan, can we ask for a 15-minute suspension while we
Sige, okay.
try
Sige.
to clean this one?
Yeah. I agree.
Yun is suspended for 15 minutes.
No objection.
Okay, so yung mga members of the parliament na gusto pong I move to approve proposed resolution number 356 as amended, Mr. Speaker, subject to style.
There is a motion to approve proposed resolution number 356. Subject to style, it's been seconded. The motion is approved.
Next in the order of business is committee report number 23, submitted by the Committee on Science and Technology and Committee on Finance, Budget and Management, Mr. Speaker, regarding BTA Parliament Bill number 37, entitled An Act Establishing the Bangsamoro Science High School System, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Mr. Speaker, may we recognize MP Suharto Esmael as Chair of the Committee on Science and Technology to present the committee report, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Sultan Kudarat, Maguindanao is recognized.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala ma la nabiyya ba'da. Amma ba'da. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like to extend my utmost respect and warm greetings to the Speaker, Attorney Pangalian Balindong, to the Deputy Speakers of the Bangsamoro Parliament, esteemed floor leader, Attorney Shah Elijah Dumama Alba, and the Deputy Floor Leaders. My greetings to all distinguished members of the Parliament present here today, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Isang mapayapang araw po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, the broader issue before us is how education should work better in the region. What institution do we need to have values and norms that are essential for our learners? How do we protect these norms and values? Can we establish and secure our educational system for the future of the Bangsamoro people so that it can contribute to the progress of an individual, family, community, our region, and our nation? These are the fundamental questions that I wish to discuss today. The bedrock and the quality of region's development hinges on its people's education, values, and experiences. What they judge to be right or wrong, the principles they embrace, and the causes they espouse. Whichever example you look at, in human history, a good and functioning educational system has clear, strong norms. These norms are upheld both by the learners and those who teach them. A healthy educational system can elect well-educated, incorruptible people, clothed with the right values, and drive a various cycle where a good system begets good learners. Good learners begets good professionals begets good leaders, and good leaders begets governance. Good governance begets good politics, and good politics begets prosperity and development. This cycle must be underpinned and sustained by strong institution. This august body, the Parliament, sits at the apex of our system of governance. This is where discussed the most important matters of the region. We enacted laws, appropriation voted, and with the BTA settings the direction and proposing quality legislation. We are accountable to the people. To fulfill our roles in making quality and free education accessible to the people, we have to legislate to further the people's right to access education of utmost quality in the region. To have a good educational system in the region will depend on how we support this principle and come up with legislation that will put everything in place. As a member of the august body, I wish to see and experience the joy to finally having access to a quality education we can only dream of in the past. We were given the opportunity as a legislator to make it happen for the Bangsamoro people. The Bangsamoro Science High School system will be a legacy that will last till the end of time. The establishment of Science High School in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao is paramount important for fostering young talents with keen interest in aptitude for scientific knowledge and critical thinking. By providing an environmental conducive to specific learnings and research, Bangsamoro Science High School can nurture students who possesses the potential to become future scientists, researcher, and front runner in various scientific fields. Additionally, Bangsamoro Science High School system will play a vital role in bridging the educational gap between BARM and other regions in the Philippines, enabling students from BARM to compete on par with our counterparts nationwide. The Bangsamoro Science High School will serve as a catalyst for socio-economic development as they equip students with the skills and knowledge required by the industries that contribute to the regional growth. They will also given the necessary resources and opportunities to contribute meaningfully to national development and address pressing challenges through science and innovation. Thus, investing in Science High School is not only an investment in education, but also an investment in the progress and prosperity of our region. However, what distinguishes Bangsamoro Science High School from other science high schools is that Bangsamoro Science High School system has set its sight on incorporating values education into its curriculum by ensuring that the school obtains Islamic perspective that align with the religious belief of the Bangsamoro people. As a result, it will strengthen the foundation of science and faith as a commitment to the holistic and inclusive education. Commonly people say, seek knowledge from cradle to grave. The phrase is used to encourage people to seek knowledge or education in their lifetime. This shows how important education is. It is obligation of every Muslim to seek knowledge, even if they have traveled as far as China. On the other hand, it is the leaders' obligations to make this knowledge or education accessible. When they say accessible, we mean it is located in a strategic area, has the necessary facility and equipment, and with highly qualified manpower. As they say, public office is public trust. Therefore, on matter related to the right of the Bangsamoro people to free education, it is incumbent upon us and each succeeding generation of leaders to establish, protect, and maintain an educational system that will address needs of the Bangsamoro learners. This also requires to pass a law that will also just establish Bangsamoro Science High School system, but will also uphold the Bangsamoro integrity and values, enforce rules, standards, apply to the same rules equally to everyone, make sure nobody is favored by the law. Privilege must be granted to those who rightfully deserve it. If we can fulfill that consistently, persistently, unflinchingly, then we have good chance of making things work. To the committee member, that is what is at stake as we deliberate on Parliament response to the call to deliberate on the BTA Parliament Bill number 37. In the process of our deliberation in the committee, many significant issues arose, but our honorable intention favored the need to establish the Bangsamoro Science High School system in the region for the benefit of every qualified and deserving Bangsamoro learners. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member of this august body, the Bangsamoro people, the committee has taken all necessary action during the deliberation and consultation to come up with a bill that will serve significantly the interests of every Bangsamoro family to a quality education. Our call for quality education in the region is a cry from the heart of Bangsamoro. With their lives and future at stake, beneficiaries under the system must be held to the same standard. There can be no favoritism, no doubt, no double standard. Mr. Speaker, we have scrutinized the referred BTA Parliament Bill number 37 carefully to come up with a sensible provision. Today, it is incumbent upon the Parliament to undertake the fitting course of action. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Bangsamoro people's rights to education is not negotiable. A good educational system is crucial for Bangsamoro Science High School to work well, being a service to the further quality education in the region in the fundamental establishing trust, and we are truthful to serve the constituents. Having said that, I call on all members of the Parliament to support the passage of the Bangsamoro Parliament Bill number 37 into law. We must all put the interest of every Bangsamoro above all interest. We must serve them to the best of our ability, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt committee report number 23, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt committee report
23.
23 for deliberation. It's been seconded. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of interpellation.
There is a motion to open the period of interpellation. It's been seconded. The motion is approved.
We have already 6 names, Mr. Speaker, who have asked to be listed. So please be mindful of the time and also the order that you are to interpellate. So first would be MP Basman on Zoom. Second is MP Dilangalen. Third is MP Lorena. Fourth is MP Ampatuan. Fifth is MP Usman. And finally, MP Ramos on Zoom, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, and please, if the question you're asking has already been answered and clarified, I suggest that it should no longer be asked so that we can limit the time allotted for this committee report. The lady from Lanao del Sur is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Will the gentleman, the chair of the Committee on Science and Technology, yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the onset, may I clarify and manifest my all-out support to the immediate enactment of this legislation, which seeks to institutionalize and really advocate for the development of a robust science and technology industry in the region, one of the regions that really needs advancement in our technological requirements, particularly in the fostering and the emancipation of our regional economy. So, Mr. Speaker, ang aking pong mga katanungan ay primarily geared towards introducing amendments. And in the interest of time, some of the questions or manifestations I will just be making just to signal that I will be proposing amendments on particular provisions. First, Mr. Speaker, on the declaration of policy under Section 2, mukha pong dun sa last sentence ng ating first paragraph, I feel that I sense that it is taken from the Bangsamoro Organic Law. However, there might be a typographical error. Instead of confirm, it should have been conform to the minimum standards set by the national government, and I will introduce amendments to that effect at the proper time. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the second paragraph, I feel, while it refrains only the original declaration of policy of the bill as filed, the committee report has made some changes, and I would propose, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, a reformulation that captures the intention of the government of the day in its original submission of the bill, if the good gentleman, the chair of the committee, will allow.
Yes, definitely, Mr. Speaker. Actually, on regards to the typographical errors, nakita po natin yung nakalagay natin dito is confirm. So, yes, we will accept kung ano man yung changes po natin dito.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Ang pangalawa po ay doon sa Section 4, when we defined Bangsamoro Science High School. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that we added in the committee report compliance to national standards, I suppose, of secondary school systems. Just to note, I believe even the Philippine Science High School does not simply conform or comply with national standards on secondary education. It in fact exceeds the curriculum and the standards for the teachers, for the students of the national government, of other regular secondary schools. So, Mr. Speaker, is the proponent amenable to some adjustment in the language so that we may be able to secure higher parang benchmark for the Bangsamoro Science High School, but not necessarily following the steps of the Philippine Science High School, but in fact tailor-fitting the curriculum, all of the policies and standards set by the Bangsamoro Science High School to the realities and the peculiar needs of our region? Is that something that the proponent is open to introducing in the legislation?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, if it is, it will make this bill more conducive and more appropriate, Mr. Speaker, then it will be very welcome for Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ang akin lang pong siguro i-share ay if, for example, a regional school of Philippine science is situated in an area where robotics is advanced and that is the need of the students in that locality, maybe when we go to the Bangsamoro region, our requirements for technological advancement are different, and therefore we should be able to design and program our science high school system according to what the Bangsamoro region requires. So thank you po for that openness from the proponent.
Yes, actually that is the intention of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is ang school po natin na ito, ang Bangsamoro Science High School, ay tailored po kung ano yung kailangan po natin sa ating Bangsamoro. Ayun po yung gusto natin mangyari at yung gusto rin po natin ma-produce ng mga estudyante, mga scientists na gusto natin ma-produce in this school. So if yung idea po ng ating speaker, Mr. Speaker, is mas makakabuti pa lalo sa intention ng batas na to, that will be very welcome, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. I go to the third item that I would like to clarify from the proponent. When we talk of in Section 5, location, I think what we are referring to is how, tama po ba ang ating intention dito sa ating provision na ito, ay paano natin i-identify yung mga strategic locations kung saan natin itatayo ang posibleng various or multiple campuses ng ating Bangsamoro Science High School system. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is the intention of the provision, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I will be introducing an amendment that captures, I think, more succinctly kung ano po yung gusto nating iparating dito sa ating provision, na ang ibig pong sabihin, ang location ng Bangsamoro Science High School campuses ay any location within the region.
Yes.
Yun po ba yung ibig natin sabihin? Opo. Tapos pangalawa po, na sa pagpili po ng ating pagtatayuan ng ating campuses, ang considerations of accessibility, safety, at saka kung ano po yung conducive sa learning ng ating mga estudyante ang ating primordial concerns. Tama po ba?
Yes, actually, in fact, the original bill, the proposed bill was, ang location po natin was already determined. But during the deliberation and even during the visitation, during the public hearing, lumabas po doon na kung paano dapat siniselect, ano ba yung mga qualifications ng pagtatayuan ng Bangsamoro Science High School. So they suggested na baka magkaroon muna ng mga studies bago tayo mag-set kung saan natin ilalagay. The original area was Parang, but because of that intention, or because of the inputs from the experts and of course from the honorable members of the committee, lumabas po na tinanggal po natin yung location, and we make the provision more flexible po sa location na pwedeng mahanap at paglalagyan natin ng Bangsamoro Science High School.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that there is equal opportunity for our geographic areas or our localities in the region to be selected as the first location for the establishment of the first science high school. This is also a welcome development at mabibigyan po ng pagkakataon na mapag-aralan pa ng mas mabuti kung saan nga po ito mas magiging effective. kumbaga kung ito po yung una nating magiging campus, mas mabuti po siguro, at I think yun ang minarapat ng committee, na ang mapili po natin ay isang lugar kung saan magiging magandang model na siya agad as for the future campuses of the Science High School. So in the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I will be proposing an amended language for Section 5. Mr. Speaker, yun naman pong sa Section 6 on the Board of Trustees. Kung bibilangin po natin itong ating mga miyembro na ng board, you have the Minister of MOST, the Minister of Basic Higher Technical Education, the President of the MSU system, the Campus Director, one Campus Director of the Bangsamoro Science High School, President of the Alumni Association, the Chair of the Committee on Science and Technology. And then we have here one private sector representative each for higher education, education for the gifted, industry, agriculture, and new and emerging technologies. And then representative from the PISAI, the Executive Director, and Muslim religious leader. So we have 13 members. Mr. Speaker, aren't we expanding the board to such a number that may make it difficult for them to, let's say, establish a quorum, meet every so often for the establishment of policies or issuance of policies for the Science High School? Noting already, Mr. Speaker, na for example, you already have the President of MSU, and yet we have a representative of higher education in the private sector. Is the committee or is the proponent open to streamlining the membership of the BOT so that it's more operational in its meetings and its gatherings?
Yes, one thing na na-consider po natin nung na-identify po natin ang ating Board of Trustees, we make sure that the number should be odd number for the reason na yung ating chairman will be less yung opportunity or chance na magkakaroon siya ng magboboto pa siya when the decision making is observed, no? So isa yun sa na-consider natin na dapat yung number should be odd. And yes, napag-usapan din po namin yung numbers or yung mga representative or members ng BOT. And yes, we admit that it's quite mas marami compare sa kung ano yung standard ng national ngayon. If I'm not mistaken, the number of Board of Trustees from the national is 7. No? So isa sa atin is dito sa propose natin is nasa 13 po ata yung atin. So maybe that is also a challenge for us kapag nag-operate po ang ating Bangsamoro or sorry, the Board of Trustees of this Bangsamoro Science High School is when it comes to quorum ng Board of Trustees kasi nga medyo marami yung numbers niya. But we stand to that report na ganun po yung napag-usapan namin. But still, we are accepting kung ano man yung changes na tingin natin makakabuti at makakapapabilis ng operation ng ating Bangsamoro Science High School.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For example, ito pong private sector representatives natin, this might be industries where the Bangsamoro is not yet able to produce a representative for example, yung education for the gifted, I am not so certain if we have a specific educational institution from the private sector which offers such a facility. Maybe in other regions it's already available, but I am unaware if it is also something that we have already in the region. For maybe in the appropriate time, we can make accommodation, or we can accommodate one private sector representative from any of these enumerated industries Siguro wag na po yung higher education since we already have the president of the MSU sitting if the proponent is amenable. But we can still maybe in the future develop if we develop already or there are already educational institutions offering special education for the gifted. There are industries that we want to focus on, and therefore we want their representatives sitting in the board of the Bangsamoro Science High School system. We have new and emerging technologies that are industry players who are interested also in sitting in the BSHS. Maybe we can choose from amongst them. But at the moment, since we have limited options from all of this enumerated, if the committee at appropriate time will be amenable, we will be introducing an amendment that opts to select one from any one of them as their private sector representative in the board. Ang susunod ko pong tanong ay yung sa representative ng Philippine Science High School. Since the executive director of PSI is normally holding office in Metro Manila, and of course, the Philippine Science High School system is not within the jurisdiction of the Bangsamoro government. Are we assured of their participation in the Board of Trustees, and would we like their intervention in the development of our policies for our Science High School system? Or is it something that we wish to consult them in an official or non-formal capacity, but not necessarily to sit in the board? Kasi nga po, if we are trying to make the Science High School system of the Bangsamoro attuned to what are the nuances or the uniqueness of the situation of the Bangsamoro, are we open to having a board that is really comprehensive, sufficiently comprehensive to accommodate the many sectors in the region, but also representative as already of the region and not somebody who is alien or foreign to our realities in the region? Is it something that the proponent is open to?
Yes, definitely, Mr. Speaker. No? Yun naman din ang gusto natin, sakita rin natin yan na ayaw din natin mangyari na yung ating batas ay may pasanga natin dito sa Parlamento, but at the end of the day is wala pa rin siyang jurisdiction or wala siyang ngipin dun sa taong gusto natin or dun sa entity na gusto natin maging member ng ating Board of Trustees. But if we think that or the gentlewoman no na may proposals na mas makakabuti pa is we are willing to accept it if it is the benefit of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we're glad for the openness of the proponent. Just a clarification, Mr. Speaker, when we refer in item I, Muslim religious leader, and then in the parenthesis Bangsamoro Darul Ifta, are we referring to any Muslim religious leader identified by the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta, or must the representative be a part of the BDI?
Yeah, please, can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
When we refer to item I on Muslim religious leader in parenthetical the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta, ang ibig po ba natin sabihin any Muslim religious leader in the region who is identified or named by the BDI, meaning even a private citizen can be part of the board, or must the religious leader be a part, meaning employed or of the BDI?
Yes, I think the intention of the provision on line I no na Muslim leaders, it should be the representative or the mufti himself should be the member of the BOT.
I agree with the proponent, Mr. Speaker, considering of course as well that the membership or the composition of the board includes ministers of our most important ministries. So when we talk about the uniqueness of the Science High School in the Bangsamoro as including values education attuned to the faith that we espouse in the region, maybe we can get the guidance and the wisdom from the highest ranking religious leader in the Bangsamoro governance system, which is the Mufti of the Darul Ifta. So I agree, and maybe in the appropriate time, we can introduce an amendment to that effect. Mr. Speaker, finally, last on this section, I noticed that we deleted from the originally filed bill a reference or the membership of a representative or the president of the PTA of the BSHS. Is there any reason for such a deletion of the Parents Teachers Association president in the Board
Yes,
of Trustees membership?
Yes, for the information of everyone, no, during our consultation or public hearing, and with the presence of PSI, no, PSI National, specifically the main campus, and yes, Undersecretary ng Energy, they were there nung pinag-usapan natin ito. At isa sa kanilang suggestion ay tanggalin po natin yung PTA president doon sa Board of Trustees dahil nga raw sa kadahilan ng yun po ay minsan ay nagpapatagal sa kaano yung mga target na pulisiyang gusto nilang gawin for the campus dahil hindi pa nga masyado na pag-usapan yung detailed ng isang concern ay agad-agaran ng meron ng mga hindrances or mga counters on the proposed policies for the Bangsamoro, I mean the Science High School. So isa yun sa mga dahilan kung bakit nilang sabi nila is kung gusto natin mapabilis yung mga desisyon ng Board of Trustees ay wag na natin isali ang PTA president, PTA members para mapabilis pa yung proseso nila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect and with the utmost understanding of where the Philippine Science High School is coming from, I think yung ating pong dinidesign for the Bangsamoro Science High School system is an educational institution that number one is foreseeably magiging housed or doon nakatira ang ating mga estudyante. Tapos gusto rin po natin na may values formation na mangyayari dito sa ating eskwelahan at hindi lang po nakafocus sa science and technology or yung mathematics or yung STEM na strand ng education, secondary education. Tingin ko po if there are reasons, if there are hindrances brought about by the presence of the Parents Teachers Association in the board, those might be necessary as a form of kumbaga check and input on from the perspective of the parents and the teachers. Kumbaga po, the administrators, all of the ranking officials that are part of the board may see things differently from the actual parents and the teachers of the students, and maybe there is added value in including them in the highest policy-making body of the Science High School system. Baka lang po we can consider that it is of utmost importance to the parents especially, that the welfare of their children, not just their educational progress, but their spiritual, biological, physiological welfare are also taken care of by the entire system. So baka po pwede nating i-consider na ibalik yung ating PTA president in the Board of Trustees for the added value of their input coming from their perspective.
Yes, that's well noted, and we will see that on during the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I go to the enumeration of powers and functions of the Board of Trustees. I understand that when this was being finalized, when the committee report was being finalized, the item letter M to approve strategic plan submitted by the campus director, while that is a good addition, I think what we deleted in favor of replacing it is yung ating pong function of the Board of Trustees to prepare strategic plans that are geared towards developing human resource with focus on youth with special talents in science and mathematics. Magkaiba po yun, yung strategic plan ng campus directors for the specific campuses, kung ano po yung mga kailangan nila in terms of facilities, ano yung programs and projects, activities that will enhance the capacity and the effectiveness of the delivery, educational service delivery of the campus. Iba po yun dun sa specific focus on youth with special talents, how we can hone them, how we can find them and encourage them to be part of the science high school and provide specific programs perhaps for them aside from those offered by the science high school, so that they are able to really come to realize their full potential given their specific special talents in science and technology. Is the proponent amenable to reintroducing or re-including that item as among the functions of the Board of Trustees?
Yes, if it is really the function of the Board of Trustees, then we'll see, Mr. Speaker, on during the amendment, if it is really compassing to the powers and function of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Section 9, Mr. Speaker, we talk about the duties, the functions and duties of the campus director. However, in the second paragraph, in the second sentence, and if I may read, it provides that the campus director may constitute a consultative body which may act as a citizen's arm to interpret the educational needs of the service area of the campus and protect the rights of the students, provided that shall not allow organized fraternities, sororities, or groups promoting violence and hazing. If my understanding of the original version of the bill as filed, Mr. Speaker, is correct, what this sentence originally refers to is allowing or permitting the campus director to constitute a body that will study and recommend what are the peculiar o yung ano yung unique na educational needs ng isang lugar. For example, if you build a campus in, let's say, Tawi-Tawi, the educational needs of that province might be markedly different from the educational needs of the campus, let's say, in Lanao del Sur. Let's say the Tawi-Tawi campus can have a more robust program on maritime, oceanography, agri-fisheries, while that in, let's say, Maguindanao, where there is the Ligawasan Marsh, can also have special programs on geothermal energy and all of the host of programs that can develop parang pool of future professionals in those fields. Yun po yung focus ng consultative body. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that what we have added is pertains to the protection of the students and ensuring that we regulate the organizations that we allow as part of the student body to operate in the science high school, and therefore we wish to either regulate or totally prohibit the establishment of fraternities, sororities, and other organizations promoting violence and hazing. Would the proponent be amenable to moving this in a more appropriate place? Maybe it's not the campus director's consultative body that should do this, but in fact, maybe at the highest level of decision making, maybe the board even can introduce policies prohibiting, regulating. In fact, some campuses, they expel students if they are found to be members or organizers or founders of such organizations. Are we amenable, Mr. Speaker, to move this provision on protection of the rights of students, particularly on their right to association or organization, to a more fitting part of the bill?
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, if it is really for this function is really for the Board of Trustees, then definitely we will agree na ilipat siya, but we'll see during the amendment, Mr. Speaker, kung yung amendment na to ay talaga po bang nasa tama po ba siya na nasa board of directors or dapat lang talaga siyang i-retain pa rin sa campus director. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will just be submitting our list of proposed amendments at the appropriate time. I'm sorry, I'm not yet finished, but just to clarify, next is section 10. In the formation of the executive committee, are we envisioning one executive committee per campus, or is it one executive committee for the entire system?
Ang executive committee po na sinasabi po natin dito because it should be only one executive committee. But in the absence, ganun po yung ating na-envision ay dapat isang executive committee lang po ang meron.
Yun po kasing pag-formulate natin in the provision, it consists of the campus director, heads of departments, other ranking faculty members identified by the campus director. I think this kind of formulation presupposes na meron lang tayong isang campus. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Speaker, amenable po ba tayo na for example ang ating executive committee, kapag isa lang ang campus, ganyan po ang ating composition. Let's say even pag dalawa, yan po ang ating composition. Pero kapag meron na po tayong in every province, meron tayong campus of the Bangsamoro Science High School, that we limit the executive committee to be formed by, let's say, only the campus directors of all of the campuses. This is so because usually an executive committee is the implementing arm of the board of any corporate body. So I think the campus director is in the best position to implement whatever is promulgated by the board in their respective campuses. However, this becomes impossible if we only have one campus or two campuses kasi nga po it cannot be done by just one or two persons. So if we will be introducing, Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment to the effect that temporarily it may be composed of this personnel or officials, but in the event of an expanded campus, number of campuses for the Science High School system, then we might be able to limit it only to the campus directors at a future time.
Yes, actually, Mr. Speaker, again, our model for this bill is yung batas po natin sa national, no? Republic Act number 8496, no? An act to establish the Philippine Science High School system and providing fund therefore. So yun po yung naging model po natin sa pag-create ng batas na to. At sa batas po na yan, ang member po ng kanilang executive committee ay lahat po ng campus director plus the executive director. So since in the absence of multiple campus director, ang naisip po natin ay yung mga officers po and officers po ng main campus po yung magiging member po ng ating executive committee. Then if meron po tayong amendment on the language, and then we'll see po kung ano yung mas makakaganda po sa batas na to, Mr. Speaker, during the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only have two remaining items to raise. In section 11, we talk about legacies, gifts, and conditions. And I believe what we're trying to do here is to exempt any donation made to the Science High School system to be exempt from payment of taxes. On the one hand, meaning kung kunwari nag-donate po, let's say si company A to the Bangsamoro Science High School, that donation should not be subject to donor's tax, let's say. And then if it was a legacy, meaning ang isang deceased, nilagay niya sa kanyang will na ang isang property or isang specific amount ay i-donate niya sa Science High School, that amount should not be subject to, let's say, estate tax. Yun po yung una. Pangalawa po, what we are also trying to do is this donation or this legacy should be deductible, I believe, from the gross income of the donor in the final computation of their income tax. Tama po ba? Yun po yung ating intention dito sa ating section 11.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is the intention of this provision.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my question about that is considering that what we are talking about are national taxes, are we in a position to grant those tax exemptions na if they are not part of the incentive system that we are allowed to give under the BOL? If we look at the provision, relevant provision in the BOL, our tax incentive and exemptions legislated by the Parliament cannot reduce the revenues of the national government when we introduce them. So when we do this, Mr. Speaker, if you are to exempt donations from donors or estate tax, and number two, if you are to allow the donor to deduct the amount from their gross income, we are effectively reducing the income or the revenues to be generated by the national government in terms of these national taxes. Yun lang po yung question ko, if you are able to, if you have that power in the Parliament, given the clear provision in the BOL.
Base po natin dito is meron po tayong provision sa BOL na meron po tayong pwede tayo mag-grant ng tax exemption. But as to extend, Mr. Speaker, that is maybe we can maybe find out later kung ganun po ba dapat ang dapat mangyari na pwede tayo magbigay ng exemption as what stated here in this provision.
Mr. Speaker, the Bangsamoro government, of course, it is still under discussion with the Intergovernmental Fiscal Policy Board, has been given the power to levy and collect donors tax, estate tax, documentary stamp tax, and capital gains tax. So kasama po yung dalawa na na-mention ko, donors tax and estate tax, but there are preconditions for the levying of these taxes by the Bangsamoro government. All taxable elements should be located within the region. Mukhang meron naman pong opportunity for the Bangsamoro government to introduce this tax exemption or incentive for donors. Kaya lang po parang medyo kailangan nating i-tailor fit doon sa kung ano yung binigay sa ating taxing power by the BOL. Are we open to maybe at appropriate time to discuss proposed amendment, kumbaga narrowing down this tax exemption provision so that we do not go beyond what the BOL allows us to do?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, we'll see dun po sa ating provision if you think that this is not allowed and this is not within our powers as autonomous government, then tingnan po natin yung during the amendments kung ano po yung other ways kung paano natin siya magiging allowable po sa provision na to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just the last item, and I won't ask for an answer from the gentleman. Just a note that in section 12 on incomes and donations, we have created a special fund for all of the donations made to the system. However, this special fund includes not just money or cash, but even real and personal property. I would like, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time to introduce a proposed amendment which makes that distinction between what is constituted in the fund, which will be subject to the appropriation by the Board of Trustees, meaning budgeting by the Board of Trustees, and what are those kinds of donations that will form part of the properties or assets of the system, but will not be part of the fund. For example, liquidation to fund the operations of the Science High School. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for your indulgence. I know this has been quite long, but this is an important bill. It's a milestone and a trailblazer in the region for us to this early in the transition think of capitalizing on the resources that are made available to us and using it to hone talents that are not yet as readily available in the region, but is very much needed by our aspirations for economic development. Thank you po.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, may we request MP Basman to send the proposed amendments in advance so that the proponents can look at them and consider at the proper time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Next is MP Dilanggalan, who I have already inquired as to how many questions. He said there will only be 2 questions, Mr. Speaker.
Walang anak yan, ha?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I would like to clarify some points with the proponent. Okay lang po ba?
Yes, definitely, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat. So, ang una ko pong katanungan ay with regards to the powers and function of the Board of Trustees. Will there be fees required of the students of the Bangsamoro Science High School, such as yung tuition po nila, matrikula, graduation and laboratory fees, and other fees?
The intention, yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The intention of this bill ay libre po lahat ng ibibigay po natin ang mga students ng Bangsamoro Science High School. Wala silang babayaran. But in the context of sa national po, meron naman po sila mga minimal stipends naman din. Minimal lang. Like for example, sa accommodations, sa dormitories, meron silang binabayaran na 60 pesos per month. Just to masabi lang na at least may binabayaran sila, though hindi naman talaga magmamatter yung binabayad na yon. And then for food, ganun din. Meron silang binabayaran for breakfast, if I'm not mistaken, 70 pesos. And then for lunch and dinner, 80 pesos, if I'm not mistaken. So ganun po, meron payment. But the intention of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is kung kaya po natin, will be free po lahat.
So, Mr. Speaker, if that's the intention, but if there should be fees collected, pwede ba natin tong ilagay or ma-amend natin sa batas na lagyan ng power ang Board of Trustees?
Yes, of course. Kung yun po yung nakikita natin, we'll see kung paano po ba natin siya i-harmonize later on during the period of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another question with regards to the Section 12, Article 2. The provision talks about the Bangsamoro Integrated Science and Technology Fund. It states that in the provision, all donation of personal and real property will go to the general fund. Is the general fund exclusive for donation, or are all income derived by and released to Bangsamoro Science High School constitute as the general fund?
Yes, the intention is all the receivables will go to the Bangsamoro's fund, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I am very supportive to this bill, and I wish to express my desire to propose some amendments to the bill during the period of amendments based on the matters that I have raised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Next is MP Lorena. I also inquired, Mr. Speaker, and there will be only 3 questions, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's not accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will go by that, but with one procedural question in the last. I go first to section on the declaration of policy. I observed that in the second paragraph of the declaration, the second line of section 21 of the is a verbatim quotation of section 21 of Article 9 Republic Act 11054. But the first line was removed. Is that the intention of the committee and the sponsor to remove that? Because I believe that that captures the need for science and technology as a priority of this government. Because if it is intentionally removed, I will propose an amendment to include that, to complete the true meaning of Section 21 of Republic Act 11054.
As far as I remember, Mr. Speaker, we just accept Yeah, because it was a proposal during the deliberation, Mr. Speaker, and we just accepted it. And maybe we missed to see that it was not stated here, that if there is a maybe amendment to include it, then we will maybe accept it, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And another one there is a provision in the bill which says that with respect to the location of the Science High School, it is still open. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is the intention of this provision to make leg room for the ministry or the Science High School to find or the perfect place for the Bangsamoro Science High School.
But I observed in section 13 that you provided that the initial amount for the opening up of the Bangsamoro Science High School is 55 million, which is equivalent, I think, only to one institution. So are you saying that we will only establish one system, one regional science high at the beginning?
Yes, that is the intention, Mr. Speaker. Isa pa lang po yung gusto nating ipatayo dahil pilot po ito sa atin, and even the national, when they started or when they create the their science high school, nagsimula rin po sila sa isang science high school. So that is the intention, is only one po, Mr. Speaker.
My view, however, Mr. Speaker, is that we have divided the Bangsamoro BARM Autonomous Region into 3 regions. And I think all of these sub-regions need Science High School because we, as already propounded by Deputy Ploder Ana, we have different technologies requirement. The islands and the mainlands are different. So if you only have one Science High School, we will have a region, sub-region with no Science High School and are not prepared for any technological development in that area. So I propose that the 55 million is for one, then we make it 165 million, so that we have one Science High School per sub-region of the BARM, if it is acceptable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because this is the this is the, and just please submit the amendment for that concern, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you.
I think that would require referral again to the Committee on Finance.
Yes, but that is the next question. I have not seen any certification from the Ministry of Finance as to the availability of funds for the establishment of the Bangsamoro Science High School vis-a-vis its sustainability. I must inform that establishing a science high school requires substantial amount, not only for the building, but for the facilities within it. So we require a certification that does not only establish the building for the science high school, but an amount necessary to cover the requirement of a science high school.
Yes, MP Baintan would like to answer the question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll speak here as Vice
By what authority?
Chair of Committee on Finance.
You are recognized.
The one who presided in the other half of the meeting of the Committee on Finance. Mr. Speaker, the allocation about 55 million was agreed by the committee. The Committee on Finance and the Committee on Science and Technology, Mr. Speaker, in a meeting called last July 14, Mr. Speaker. And we tried to compute the initial requirement of operating a pilot area, regardless of where it is. But we tried to compute the land acquisition, the perimeter fencing, the site development, the engineering design, and the drilling requirements for the soil tests. That's the 55 million. That's where the 55 million will be used, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. But per my experience, we have a Turkish tolerance high school in Zamboanga City. I originally was part of the Mindanao Foundation, where the IDB even assisted for a $7 million fund only for the construction of the building and the facilities, because Science High School also requires students to stay, as correctly intimated earlier. So all this for sustainability. In fact, the high school there was not operational for a longer period of time because we only have a fund required for land acquisition. In fact, the land has already been taken back, acquisition in the building, without the wherewithals for operation of a Science High School. So I just like to put on record that I hope we can find the means to sustain the existence of the Science High School. I do not like to open a school in 1 year, then by next year, there will be no sustainability of that. So I would recommend that it be taken care. The last one that I would like to ask is,
Before that, Mr. Speaker, I would
Yes.
like to address that.
Yes, you may respond.
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, the 55 million will be the initial amount because the annual appropriations will be incorporated in the regular budget of the Bangsamoro government. So they will depend before the Committee on Finance and the Parliament, the requirements of the Science High School. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to mention that in the period of amendment, I might propose an amendment because I believe that no region, no one should be left behind in terms of science and technology. Operating one without operating in the other region would definitely create a problem of core periphery development approach. So thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. I allowed my last statement. I allowed the intent of the law of the bill, but I just want it to be sustained. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Floor leader, are there any other interpellators?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, MP Osman would like to ask one question, Mr. Speaker.
That should be accurate.
Yeah, as a member of the committee and attended the joint committee hearing on the report of the committee on Committee on Science and Technology. This is just to be consistent and reiterate my position there because I have reservations on Section 5, especially the open location for the first, because if you connect Section 5 to Section 13, it is already there that only one campus to be established initially. And I have to be consistent that we oppose any such move on any piloting of offices or establishments that we are going to have in the Bangsamoro region. I share the observation of our esteemed colleague, Attorney Loena, in his observation that we should establish, in a way, 55 billion is just only 55 million, I mean. And we cannot have the reason that we do not have fund for this. And we cannot say Section 5 is open locations. And while if we read Section 13, it is only intended for one campus based on the report submitted to us by the on the estimates received by the committee. So we insist on our proposal to have all regions should have the same implementation. What is this? Simultaneous implementations of the Bangsamoro Science High School. In order for us, there should be no region shall be left behind for this great endeavor for our people. And we really support this bill. Is assured of our support, but on the condition that we shall establish all this science high school is to be spread out in all our regions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, ilang questions, MP Bayintan? Mr. Speaker, should we yield
Isa lang sa.
One question from MP Mendoza.
Yeah, okay, we acknowledge.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just realized since I am not member of this committee and I keep on looking at the committee report and I cannot find where is the place of our indigenous community, because in the declaration of policy, it mentioned about the relevance and the responsiveness of and the needs and ideals and aspiration of the Bangsamoro people. The Bangsamoro Organic Law also mentioned about in section 3, no, on the recognition of the rights of the indigenous peoples and on the promotion of the IP education. So I'm just looking at the committee report, where is the place of our indigenous community when in case, no, the science and technology high school shall be established. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will the proponent answer the question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, our intention there on that provision, Mr. Speaker, since we already mentioned the Bangsamoro people, it compasses to all Bangsamoro residing in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So that's why we did not mention any indigenous or settlers or even for Muslims. So we call it as one po Bangsamoro. Thank you very much. If you have amendment, please submit na lang po. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize MP Abayintan Ampatuan?
The lady from Maguindanao is recognized.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, mabait na ako, sabi ni Kyle. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, yung iba, itatanong ko na lang, you need not answer it. Magsimula ako section 2. Ang sasabihin ko lang sa section 2 ay may proposed amendment ako kasi pinoint out na ni MP Ana. Sa section 3, as stated here, kailangan lang natin iklaro yung title at saka yung lengguwahe ng text ng explanation. Kasi sa title natin, sinabi natin na creation. Pagdating doon sa explanation niya, establish. So we should be consistent on that. No? Then, meron din akong proposed amendment sa definition of terms. But ang pinaka-importante ko talaga na itanong, bakit natin inomit yung objectives? Kasi doon sa national law, may objectives. Anyway, if you're not ready to answer, I'm ready for the proposed amendment. Ibibigay ko na lang sa inyo. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Ang bait
So,
nga.
mabait nga ako eh. Sige, doon naman sa section 6, gusto ko lang maintindihan bakit yung chair at saka yung vice chair ay ex officio members. So, pwede ba yung ex officio, siya yung magiging chair, at saka yung vice chair ex officio rin?
Yes, ganun po yung nangyari kasi they are part of the Board of Trustees by the virtue of their office po. So, kaya po sila as ex officio, Mr. Speaker.
So, but pwede silang maging chairperson?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And dito sa section 7, letter E, sinabi dyan na approve the grant of scholarship, stipend, and other allowances for the students. Hindi ko lang ma-reconcile bakit kailangan nilang i-approve yung grant. Ano ba yung intention niya? Kasi sinabi natin na free, no? I just want to reconcile, no? Paano siya magmamaterialize yung provision na ito. Then yung letter I, you need not answer, ha? Yung letter I, letter H. approve the Bangsamoro system, high school system budget and appropriate to the end specified below. So, bakit? And hindi ko lang maintindihan yung approval niya kasi nag-approve naman talaga ng budget ay yung parliament. So, yung relation lang nun. And letter I, may referencing siya sa section 3, which is the creation. Pero doon sa, parang doon sa kabila na batas, ang section 3 ay yung objectives. No? So, try to check that. Then, yung sa pinoint out about letter J, maybe we need to include a paragraph that talks about existing rules and regulations, COA existing rules and regulations. Okay. And yung letter M, baka kailangan natin ng dagdagan ng S kasi sistema ng pinag-uusapan natin, hindi lang isang campus, isang campus. Then, yung sa section 9, ang mag-a-appoint sa campus director ay yung board of trustees. Parang ang dami ng board of trustees para mag-appoint sa isang tao. So, sino sa board of trustees? So, yung chair, di ba? Okay. Then, perhaps we can try to look at yung provision about the executive committee. Na point out na rin ni MP Ana. Yung letter B, sinabi dyan na select the recipient of the scholarships, stipends, and other allowances. Anyway, ang issue ko dito is bakit kailangan silang i-select as recipient ng scholarship, stipends and allowances when we open it, mayroon siyang procedure sa selection, no? And then yung Bangsamoro Integrated Science and Technology General Fund, baka kailangan nating specific provision that would create it, no? Kasi hindi siya na-create, parang in-anticipate natin na meron, no? Okay. And finally, sabi ko na nga, mabait ako eh. Bakit 1 year yung IRR? Baka kailangan medyo shorter, no? Okay. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Napakabait na Miss MP Paintan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
That entails a lot of work.
Mr. Speaker, the final interpellator is MP Ramos on Zoom, via Zoom.
The lady from Lanao del Sur is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. A'udzubillahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Una sa lahat ay gusto ko pong ipahayag ang aking buong suporta sa proposed bill number 37 or mas kilala Bangsamoro Science High School Systems Act of 2023 na ito po ay magsisiguro na magkakaroon ng access ang ating Bangsamoro learners sa quality of education at marami pang oportunidad. Mr. Speaker, meron lang po akong 3-4 na katanungan. At actually, na-submit ko na po ang aking proposed amendments at lahat po ng aking mga katanungan at manifestasyon ay may kinalaman po sa aking mga proposed amendments. Unang katanungan ko po, nabanggit po, gusto ko pong malaman kung okay sa ating proponent na magtanong po.
Yes, definitely, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat. Nabanggit po sa ating committee report na that the Bangsamoro Science High School shall be at par with the Philippine Science High School. Nalaman din po namin na nag-benchmark po kayo sa Philippine Science High School. Maaari niyo po ba kaming bigyan ng idea kung anong meron sa Philippine Science High School? No? Kasi kanina naitanong to pero gusto mahalaga po kasi na malaman natin, no, ano ang picture ng Philippine Science High School, ano ba ang kanilang ino-offer, no, na wala sa ibang mga eskwelahan sa ating bansa. So, yun po ang aking unang katanungan.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, sa Science High School po, no, magbibigay po sila ng quality education that is beyond kung ano yung sa level ng secondary high school. So meaning, ano yung ino-offer nila ay when it comes to science and technology, science, mathematics, ay mas mataas po yung binibigay nilang standards. So, and the school itself ay the same time, they have a fully equipped in terms of technology and even in the equipments related to science and mathematics. And again, they are also giving free scholarship for their students, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Gusto ko pa sana pong i-expound ito, no, kasi gusto kong malaman specifically anong ino-offer sa curriculum, sa mga facilities, mga privileges. So, na-mention mo, free scholarship, no? So, free tuition ito. Nabanggit mo din kanina yung free dormitory, no, boarding. Although sabi mo, although insignificant, may bayad sila na 60 pesos per month. Yung living allowance, Mr. Speaker, ang book allowance, research allowance, no, uniform allowance, ito po ba ay binibigay din ng Philippine Science High School sa kanilang learners? At kung ito po ba ay binibigay, ito po ba ay kino-consider natin sa Bangsamoro Science High School na i-offer din natin sa ating Bangsamoro learners?
Yes, since this bill created I mean, there is a provision for the Board of Trustees, and that is actually, Mr. Speaker, for the board to decide kung ano yung mga gagawin nila. But since initially the intention of this bill is to give free for all sa lahat ng mga gagastusin sa school. But again, this is the board's Board of Trustees decision kung ano po yung mga pwede nilang ibigay sa
Yes. Mr. Speaker, kung sinasabi niyo po at par tayo sa standards of Philippine Science High School, and since you are confirming doon sa mga nabanggit ko, ay ito ay pinoprovide ng Philippine Science High School, marapat siguro na, tatanungin kita, sang-ayon ka ba na dapat itong mga provision na to, itong mga nabanggit ko na benepisyo, ay dapat ay maging parte siya ng bill na ito, since I consider this as major revision or major provisions in the bill?
I think we should not preempt kung ano yung dapat trabaho or ma-identify ng ating mga Board of Trustees, because if we lay down those in this bill, nalalagay po tayo ng mga provision patungkol po dito, baka po wala ng leg room for the Board of Trustees kung ano po yung mga dapat nilang ilagay. At maybe during the system, since this is a pilot school at kauna-unahang Bangsamoro Science High School, baka may makita pa silang mas dapat nilang gawin sa kanilang polisiya at na hindi na dapat pong munang mailagay dito sa batas na ito, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Ang sa aking palagay, tayo po ay nagpapasalamat, no, dahil may pagkakataon tayo, pero sa nakikita ko po, malaking pagkakataon po ito sa parlamento na tayo mismo ay magdedesisyon dito kung ano yung hindi naman tayo magsasaad dito na itong amount, no? Very general naman yung sasabihin natin dito, since ito ay pinoprovide ng Philippine Science High School, ay siguro i-ensure natin by adding provisions in this bill kung ano itong mga general na pinoprovide aside from the scholarship program. So ito po ay, Mr. Speaker, ay isa sa magiging laman ng aking proposed amendment. So mapunta po ako sa pangalawa ko pong katanungan. Paano po natin, ito po, ang kasama po ba na i-offer ng Philippine Science, ng Bangsamoro Science High School ang junior at senior high?
Yes, kasama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, maraming salamat. Maganda po na naklaro natin na kasama ang junior at senior high dahil mahalaga po na merong direksyon ng ating mga Bangsamoro learning listeners, no? Kasi hindi naman ata lahat ng mga eskwelahan ay nag-o-offer ng junior at saka senior high school. So maganda, no? Pinupuri ko at ito ay kasama sa proposed bill na ito. Mr. Speaker, ang pangatlong tanong ko po ay patungkol po sa pagkakaroon po ng gender equity, no, at inclusivity sa loob ng Bangsamoro Science High School System, lalo na sa larangan ng agham at teknolohiya na alam naman po natin historically ay meron talagang gender disparities. Meron po ba tayong provision dito sa proposed bill na ito na makakatiyak na ang batas na ito ay magkakaroon ng pantay na pagkakataon at inclusivity?
To be specific, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, wala po tayong nabagit doon because again, itong ating itatayo na Bangsamoro Science High School ay based po tayo sa merit. Kung pag-usapan naman po natin yung mga estudyante makakapasok po dito ay magbe-base pa rin po sa exam kung sino yung mga kapasok. So we cannot compromise that because of the no, I'm not saying that we are against the gender sensitivity, but as for the benefit na meron tayong magandang produkto kasi nga what we have said and what we want to make sure is at par pa rin siya sa national. And even the national actually, when we ask them during the public hearing, I mean our visit in Pisay, Quezon City, that said na mas marami ang lalaki na nagta-top 40. So hindi nila, though they wanted to make it balance, but hindi nila pwedeng i-compromise yung mga pumasa based on the exam na kanilang ginagawa. So, but it doesn't mean naman na hindi naman, kasi kung exam naman yung pag-uusapan po natin, maybe in the case of Bangsamoro, based on the study, na feasibility study na ating nagawa po before na-create ang bill na to, mas mataas, mas marami po ang kababaihan na pwedeng mag-enroll at makakapasok sa Bangsamoro Science High School.
Yes, maraming salamat sa iyong sagot. Natanong ko to dahil mahalaga po ang gender equity at inclusivity. Mahalagang prinsipyo po ito sa edukasyon dahil naniniwala po tayo na sa pamamagitan ng pagtutok at pangangalaga lahat ng mga mag-aaral, lalong may tataguyod po natin yung pag-unlad at tagumpay ng ating rehiyon sa larangan ng agham at teknolohiya at masisiguro po natin na walang sino man ang may iwan o makakaranas ng diskriminasyon sa pag-aaral. So, mabanggit ko lang ng isang example nito kasi merong pag-aaral, halimbawa sa larangan ng engineering, no? Karamihan ng pumapasok dyan ay mga kalalakihan. So, gusto natin na tanggalin yung ganong mentality na hindi lang ito para sa mga kalalakihan, open din ito para sa mga kababaihan. But anyway, kung meron kasama po ito sa aking proposed amendment at proper time ay ito po ay aking ihahain. Pangatlo ko pong katanungan at ang pinakahuli, actually pang-apat ko, paano po ang transparency and accountability measures ng Bangsamoro Science High School? Ano po ba ang nakasaad sa proposed bill at committee report patungkol dito?
We make sure the transparency of this school, Mr. Speaker. So that's what we want to make sure na meron po tayong transparency dito.
Maraming salamat. I think narinig ko kanina si MP Baintan Ampatuan talking about the conformity sa usual government accounting and budgeting rules, etc. Ako, hindi ko ito nakita sa proposed bill na ito. Yun sana yung magiging naman ng aking proposed amendment din. So maraming salamat sa ating magiting na committee chair at sa lahat ng mga miyembro na bumubuo dito. Ako po ay sumasaludo sa inyo at ako ay sumusuporta po sa agarang pagpasa ng bill na ito. So, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the period of debate and interpellation, Mr.
There is a motion to terminate the period of interpellation debate. It's been seconded. The motion is approved.
But Mr. Speaker, I move to defer the period of amendment for Tuesday, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to defer the period of amendment on July 25, 2013 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Mr.
It's been
Speaker,
seconded. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, for the unfinished business on proposed resolution number 271, I move to defer the same, Mr. Speaker, to on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker.
Which unfinished with the proposed resolution?
Number 271, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to further defer proposed resolution, the deliberation of proposed resolution number 271 to July 25, 2023 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Or to another date, Mr.
Or to another date. It's been seconded. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, we have privileged hour for today. Two members of the parliament wish to deliver their privileged speeches. Mr. Speaker, the first one is MP Haji Abdullah and the second is Deputy Speaker Liza Alamia. After the privileged speeches, Mr. Speaker, we will have a voting on BTA Bill number 192, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension before the gentleman will proceed with the privileged speech. Session resumes. The gentleman from Lanao del Sur may now proceed with his privileged speech. May I first ask, your privileged speech, is there any pending legislation involved in that privileged speech?
Not yet, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed.
Auzubillahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, today I stand before you to shed light on a grave matter that has shaken the hearts of our Filipino Muslim brethren. The Hajj failures experienced by our pilgrims during the 2023 Hajj to Mecca under the stewardship of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. It is imperative that we address the immediate concerns and lay out a roadmap for rectification. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the distress endured by our fellow Bangsa during their sacred journey. The hardships they faced, including overcrowded accommodations, unsanitary conditions, and inadequate provisions, are completely unacceptable. It's a blatant violation of our rights and an affront to their religious freedoms. Immediate action must be taken to redress the grievances suffered by our pilgrims. Ang Hajj, ang taunang paglalakbay sa banal na lupain ng Mecca, ay isang napakahalaga at minamahal na obligasyon ng pangreliyon para sa milyong-milyong Muslim sa buong mundo, kabilang ang ating mga kapatid sa Bangsamoro region. Ito ay isang panahon kung kailan tayong mga Muslim ay naghahanap ng spiritual na paglilinis, kapatawaran, at isang malalim na koneksyon kay Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Inipon pa ng ating mga kababayan ang kanilang pinaghirapang pera sa loob ng maraming taon upang maghanda para isang magandang karanasan sa kanilang paglalakbay sa banal na lupain ng Mecca. Gayunpaman, ang pilgrimage para sa maraming Pilipino pilgrims nitong taon ay naging isang pagsubok na minarkahan ng kaguluhan, maling pamamahala at pagkabigo. Sinimulan ng ating mga tao sa riyon ng Bangsamoro ang sagradong paglalakbay na ito ng may pag-asa sa kanilang mga puso, naghahanap ng konsolasyon at malalim na koneksyon sa kanilang pananampalataya. Sa halip, naharap sila sa mga sa kabiguan sa logistic, organizational breakdowns at isang nakababahala na kakulangan ng paghahanda. Reports abound of overcrowded accommodations, unsanitary conditions, insufficient food and water, and a general sense of neglect and abandonment. It is disheartening to witness the suffering endured by our pilgrims who deserve the utmost care, support, and respect while undertaking this sacred duty. The Hajj is a physically and emotionally demanding journey, and adequate preparations should have been made to ensure the well-being and safety of our people. Instead, they were subjected to an environment that compromised their physical health and undermined their spiritual experience. The Hajj is a pinnacle of our religious devotion, and it is our duty as public servants to ensure that the experience for our Filipino Muslim pilgrims is one of reverence, support, and fulfillment. We must not let their aspirations and sacrifices be overshadowed by administrative blunders and bureaucratic ineptitude. The National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, as the government agency entrusted with overseeing Muslim affairs and serving as a vital link between the Filipino Muslim community and the government, bears the responsibility for this unfortunate episode. It is incumbent upon the NCMF to meticulously plan and execute the pilgrimage, ensuring that every aspect is handled with professionalism, efficiency, and sensitivity to the needs of the pilgrims. In conclusion, I implore the esteemed Parliament to join this representation in demanding on behalf of our people in the Bangsamoro region answers, accountability, and swift action in response to the Hajj fiasco experienced by Filipino pilgrims during the 2023 Hajj to Mecca. Dapat tayong humingi ng tulong mula sa mga minamahal nating mambabatas mula sa Kongreso, such as the Senate of the Philippines and the House of Representatives, ng isang walang kinikilingan at masusing pagsisiyasat sa mga ugat na sanhi ng Hajj fiasco. Ang pagsisiyasat na ito ay dapat na independyente at kasama ang mga kinatawan mula sa mga kaugnay na ahensya ng gobyerno mga pinuno ng reliyon at mga organisasyon ng lipunang sibil. Ang mga natuklasang nito ay dapat isa publiko at ang mga responsable para sa maling pamamahala at kapabayaan ay dapat managot. Dapat tayong humingi sa ating mga minamahal na mababatas ng tulong to rigorously exercise its legislative oversight power over NCMF. Ang komisyon ay dapat sumailalim sa isang komprehensibong pagsusuri ng mga proseso, kapasidad at kahandaan nito upang matiyak na ang naturang kabiguan ay hindi mauulit sa hinaharap. Kabilang dito ang muling pagbisita sa mga pamantayan para sa pagpili ng mga organizers, monitoring their performance and implementing strict guidelines to guarantee the safety, well-being, and comfort of our pilgrims. From our end, as members of the Bangsamoro Parliament, as leaders of our people, as a body which ensures the justness and legitimacy of the cause of the Bangsamoro people and the aspiration of Muslim Filipinos, it is but high time to put an end to the conflicting statutes between the NCMF Act of 2009 and the organic law for the bar in its administration and supervision over the annual pilgrimage of Muslim Filipinos to Mecca through peaceful talks and legal remedies on the double. And after peacefully resolving said conflict, we can finally reaffirm our commitment to the rights and welfare of our people and strive to restore the dignity and reverence befitting the sacred journey of the Hajj by strengthening the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority, our very own Hajj office as granted under Section 42 of Article 7 of Republic Act 11054, and exercising jurisdiction over Hajj as well as Umrah to focus on matters affecting pilgrims from within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. To this end, I respectfully propose the following which should be given paramount consideration in strengthening the administration and supervision power of our Hajj office pursuant to Republic Act number 1154. Number 1, enhanced preparations. The BPA, in collaboration with relevant government agencies, must develop a comprehensive and robust plan for future Hajj operations. This plan should encompass the procurement of suitable accommodations, reliable transportations, sufficient food and water supplies, and comprehensive medical services. It should also include contingency measures to address unforeseen circumstances. Number 2, empowerment of pilgrims. We must empower our pilgrims by providing them with information and resources to ensure their safety and well-being during the Hajj. These include pre-departure orientations, the establishment of a dedicated support hotline, and dissemination of accurate and timely updates regarding the pilgrimage. Number 3, cooperation with international partners. The BPA should actively engage with the Saudi Arabian authorities and international partners to ensure the smooth facilitation of the Hajj. Collaboration with the host country and other participating nations can help streamline processes, share best practices, and collectively work towards enhancing the overall Hajj experience for all pilgrims. Number 4, continuous improvement. The Hajj office should establish a mechanism for continuous improvement and feedback from our pilgrims. Regular consultations, surveys, and open dialogues with the Hajj participants can provide invaluable insights for refining the pilgrimage process and addressing emerging challenges. Basically, these are the ultimate change which is necessary, if not to prevent all possible issues and problems during Hajj, but at least to prevent majority of it, or at least to close the issue, close and problem-free annual pilgrimage which the Bangsamoro truly deserve. It is our duty as public servants to prioritize the welfare, dignity, and religious freedoms of our constituents. The Hajj is a deeply significant journey for our Muslim brothers and sisters, and it is our responsibility to ensure that their experience is one of fulfillment, reverence, and spiritual growth. Let's not stand united in ensuring a better Hajj experience for our people. We have such power embodied in the law that give birth to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Let us do our part, our contribution for future pilgrimage of our people, whether for Umrah or Hajj. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And may we all work hand in hand to rectify the Hajj fiasco and restore the sanctity and integrity of this sacred pilgrimage for our people in the Bangsamoro region. Happy Mujahideen po sa ating lahat. Masalam.
Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the matter of the privileged speech of MP Haji Abdullah to the Committee on Rules, Mr. Speaker.
The privileged speech of the gentleman from Lanao del Sur is now being referred to the Committee on Rules.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Sergeant at Arms to please ask members of the Parliament who are not in the session hall to please come back as we are going to be voting on third reading for a particular bill.
The Sergeant at Arms, you are directed to call all members of the BTA to the plenary so that they can participate in the third reading of an important bill.
One minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. May I ask the Secretariat how many are present today? both physically and Zoom.
Mr. Speaker, on the basis of the roll call during the start of the session, we have 35 members of the parliament physically responded and 12 responded via Zoom. We have 49, Mr. Speaker.
So that is the basis of the voting, 49, that's 50% plus one. Floor leader?
Yeah, yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the numbers have changed, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, those in the Zoom, if they are going to vote, please open your cam so that we can see you physically. In the Zoom.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we are on bills on third reading and we have one, BTA Parliament Bill number 192, entitled An Act Governing the Observance of Regular and Special Holidays in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, BARM, repealing for the purpose Muslim Mindanao Autonomy Act number 17, otherwise known as an act recognizing Muslim historical and religious events and all existing Muslim holidays in the arm and for other purposes. Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on BTA Parliament Bill number 192 on third reading, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion coming from the floor leader that we proceed with the third and final reading of BTA Parliament Bill number 102, an act governing the observance of regular and special holidays in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao, repealing for the purpose Muslim Mindanao Autonomy Act number 17, otherwise known as an act recognizing Muslim historical and religious events and all existing Muslim holidays in the ARMM and for other purposes. Is there any second?
Second.
No objection, we will proceed with the third and final reading. Floor leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote we do it by nominal voting, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, please proceed with the nominal voting.
Nominal voting on BTA Parliament Bill number 192 on third and final reading. Honorable members of the Parliament, Abbas Ahmad, Abbas Harun, Abbas Basit, Abu Mujib, Alamia Liza, Alauddin Musbir, Ali Ibrahim, Ali Lanang Jr.
Mr. Speaker, may I explain my vote?
Yes, and please open your cam so we can see you voting, speaking.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that I support the passage of this bill. This law will strengthen our continuing struggle to have a true and meaningful autonomy by defining our power and right to declare our own holidays on the basis of our religious belief, history, and identity. However, it is my firm stand, Mr. Speaker, that the celebration of Sharif Kabunsuan Day and Sharif Makdum Day must be treated as a special non-working holiday, not on the ground of religious belief, but on the matter of our identity as Bangsamoro. It is known to every Bangsamoro that the late Sharif Kabunsuan and Sharif Makdum shape and mold our history as Bangsamoro, our identity as Bangsamoro. They have drawn the line separating us, Bangsamoro people, from that of the people of Luzon and Visayas with respect to history, religion, and identity. Then it is right and proper, Mr. Speaker, that Sharif Kabunsuan Day and Sharif Makdum Day be celebrated as special non-working holiday. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes.
Ali Idi, Ang bulod to suharto. Aminuddin Abdul Aziz. Ang Patuan Baintan.
30
You may
seconds.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 points to highlight in my vote. First, institutionalizing holidays in the region is necessary in order to commemorate special events that have important bearing in cultural, religious, and personal lives of the Bangsamoro. Second, Mr. Speaker, having too many holidays have positive and negative effects both to the employer and employees. For the employees, yes, it gives them an additional time to rest, but also it is perceived to be generally inimical to the interests of the daily wage earner, Bangsamoro. For the employers, holidays tend to result in lower productivity. Moreover, they are required to pay higher compensation for employees who work or render overtime work during holidays. This proposal or this bill answers the concern of the people by rationalizing the holidays by limiting and especially identifying the holidays in the region as to whether it is regular non-working, special working holidays, and special working holidays. It considered the concerns of the private sector that provides the employees a more stable and predictable environment for their business operations. For this reason, I am voting yes to the BTA Bill number 192. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anayatin Susana. Antaw Muhammad Kili. Arnado Mirian. Asnawidan. Babaw Ali Muntaha. Balindong Pangalian. Basman Ana Tarhata.
Yes.
Kandaw Bay Maliha.
Yes, thank you.
Dilanggali Nasi. Dumama Albasa Iliha. Ibrahim Ahud. Ismail Suhalto. Istino Matarol. Gayak Abdullah. Gira Edward. Haji Abdullah Khalid. Hasim Abdullah.
Mr. Speaker, can I have my few minutes? Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ba'd. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, I would like to thank the BTA Parliament for approving this bill in this manner. And I also would like to thank the members of the Committee on Rules. Mr. Speaker, it is my firm belief from the speech of the scholars based on narrations from the Prophet that there are only 2 religious celebrations in Islam, Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr. And at least in spirit, for me, I can see it in this bill, and I am happy with that, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, I would also like to mention an occurrence on the Eid al-Adha, this past Eid al-Adha. In the congregation that I am praying, we wanted to celebrate Eid al-Adha because after Eid al-Adha, there are 3 days that you can celebrate. You can slaughter the animals that are allowable. But then on that day, after the holiday, the Eid, it is already a working day. So we had to move the celebration on the Saturday, which just happened to be on the third day of Tashriq. But if it would have been another date, then it will be hard for those who are working who have classes and the like. So I am very happy that now we can have a non-working special holiday, at least in the first day of Tashriq, that we can celebrate the celebration that our Prophet ﷺ has legislated to us that we celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamu alaikum. And my vote is yes.
Hasan Hatimil, Iqbal Mahagir, Ismail Rasul, Jajuri Raisa,
Yes.
Jakilan Muslimin, Jikiri Al-Bakil, Kahalan Din Martin, Karon Faisal, Lim Jan Anthony, Loong Benjamin, Loong Don Mustafa, Lorena Jose, Makapaar Abdullah, Makasalong Marjani, Makatanong Amrosi, Maglang Tarhata, Malik Hamid, Mantawil Bailing, Mastura Ishak, Matalam Jaafar Apollo Mikael, Mawalil Amil Bahar, Mendoza Froilin, Midtimbang Michael, Midtimbang Tawakal.
My vote is yes.
Miswari Abdul Karim, Miswari Nurrida, Mitmog Rasul Jr., Muñoz Hussain, Uranon Suaib, Pakasim Ubaida, Pak Abdul Wahab, Pangandaman Nabila Margarita, Arcasio Randolph,
Yes.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mr. Speaker, under Section 5 of letter C, number 1, holidays identified in Presidential Decree number 1083, other than those determined in this act, are also considered under this act as special working holidays. It is with sadness to note that that Maulidin Nabi, which is provided under Presidential Decree 1083, is not considered as non-working holiday, Mr. Speaker. I was born as a Muslim, and since childhood until now, I have witnessed numerous Muslims celebrate Maulidin Nabi traditionally. It may not be considered as Islamic practice, but it is ingrained. It is part of the culture of the Muslims, most especially those Muslims who were born before martial law. And now most especially among Muslims in many parts of the island provinces, and also in many parts outside of the Bangsamoro region in Muslim Mindanao. That is why I hope that since this act or bill provides that later on the Parliament could introduce or enact a law that shall amend this in order to provide for a holiday. I hope that one day, inshallah, that will happen, and this Parliament will declare Mauluddin Nabi as a special non-working holiday. Be that as it may, while it pains me that Mauluddin Nabi is not a non-working special holiday, for purposes of solidarity, I go be one with those who have approved this, and I vote yes for this Parliament Bill number 192. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ramon Tiang Senior.
Yes.
Ramos Jamila.
Mr. Speaker, may I need to explain my Mr. Speaker, may I be given the chance to explain
You may proceed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, buo po ang aking suporta sa pagpasa ng batas na nagtatakda ng mga regular at special holidays sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Mindanao. Naniniwala po tayo na ang mga holidays ito ay naglalayong ipaalala sa atin ang kahalagahan ng ating pananampalataya at pagtitiwala sa Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Layunin din po nito na palaganapin ang pagkakaisa at pagkakaunawaan sa lahat ng mga miyembro ng komunidad, kabilang ang mga non-Muslims at mga indigenous communities. Naniniwala din po tayo na makakatulong ito sa pagkamit ng isang matatag, makatarungan, payapa at nagkakaisang lipunan. Ultimately, enacting this measure will contribute to the overall governance, development, and empowerment of the farm. Therefore, my vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Salindab Said. Salik Ali. Sangki Ali. Sima Romeo. Sheikh Said. Silungan Aida.
My vote is yes.
Sinulinding Cadel Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I have been asked by fellow businessmen, what good will additional holidays do to our economy? And I gave them a simple answer. To have a happy worker is to come from a happy family that usually can be attained through quality bonding and meaningful time spent. And the significance of the holidays we celebrate emphasize on respect, understanding, and cooperation between among tribes and religion of the Bangsamoro. With little monetary additional expense, we can expect a happier and more productive workforce. My vote represents my identity as a Moro and as a Filipino. A healthy yes for the Bangsamoro. Thank you.
Sulaiman Ali. Tago Paisalin. Tan Nabil.
I vote yes.
Osman Ajpar. Otto Basir. Oyod Siti Fahani. Yakob Muhammad.
Secretariat, what is the result of the voting?
Mr. Speaker, we have now the official result of the nominal voting on the third and final reading of the BTA Parliament Bill number 192, entitled An Act Governing the Observance of Regular and Special Holidays in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, BARM, repealing for the purpose Muslim Mindanao Autonomy Act number 17, otherwise known as an act recognizing Muslim historical and religious events and all existing Muslim holidays in the ARM and for other purposes. With yes vote of 46, 0 no vote, and 0 abstention vote, Mr. Speaker, the yes have it.
With 46 yes votes, 0 no votes, and 0 abstentions, BTA Parliament Bill number 192, an act governing the observance of regular and special holidays in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, repealing for the purpose Muslim Mindanao Autonomy Act number 17, otherwise known as an act recognizing the Muslim historical and religious events and all existing Muslim holidays in the ARM and for other purposes, has been approved on third and final reading.
Mr. Speaker,
Allahu Akbar.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Mr.
Speaker.
Speaker,
Okay, that's Deputy Speaker Tago, Mr. Speaker.
may I know if my vote was counted in the 46 number that voted yes?
Yes,
From the Secretariat?
we take note of your vote. You are the 47th yes.
47, not 46. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, please, I would like to inform members of the Parliament and the public that we will have no session on Monday to give way to the SONA, but we will resume, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday at 1 p.m. inshallah. Therefore, I move to adjourn until 1 p.m. on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker.
Ikan.
Session is adjourned until July 25, 2023 at 1 o'clock p.m.
Mr. Speaker, I invite MPs to take a picture po.
Group photos muna, group photo.